Alright, let me set the context for the video. This is a 5 to 6 hour code along in which we're trying to code a music SaaS platform. This is something we had back in college, so I just had the idea to rebuild it for two reasons. Number one, I'm thinking of live streaming again. This will become important when that happens. And number two, we're starting Super30 very soon, which is an on-site cohort. And in Super30, we'll have a room where most probably this product will become useful. These were the two primary motivations to code it. We've started from scratch, including the ideation, building the project, and going through all the bugs. Specifically, the video is divided into 9 parts. Part -1, is basically high-level context of the product that we're trying to build. Then the actual coding begins. Part 0 is giving a high-level context of every step of coding we'll go through. Part 1 is initializing the NextJS application, fairly simple. Part 2 is adding authentication to it using NextAuth. Part 3 is designing the schema, understanding what the database looks like. Part 4 is the backend. Part 5 is the frontend. Surprisingly, frontend took the most time, I think 1.5 hours, something like that. Then we're adding some last minute polishes, making sure there aren't any vulnerabilities and trying to cover as many edge cases as I could. And lastly, we deploy the application on the internet. It's already linked in the description. There are a few things that I wanted to build here that I wasn't able to. So I'll open issues in the repository. Feel free to pick them up. Hopefully this becomes a useful platform for, a few creators. If not, at least for me in every live stream of mine. We'll be using this to decide what music to play during the live stream. Without any further ado, let's get into a high-level problem statement and what we're trying to solve. All right, hello everyone. Today we're building a SaaS platform that might require some Web3 / use some level of Web3. It doesn't, we never reached there. There's no Web3 in this project. The platform is usable for me, which is why the idea came. I'll explain a bit what the idea is and where this is useful. Without any further ado, let me explain the problem statement. The problem statement is, we had this back in college. So this is not an original idea to begin with. This was called Musy when I was in college. Basically, back in my university, there was this campus group called SDS Labs. And in there, we had an application called Musy. Musy was a website where you could go, or more specifically, a gated website where a few of the lab people could go. So lab was, let's say, around 40 people. So 40 people could go here and choose from one of many audio or video tracks that were surprisingly, we scraped them in-house. We had audio tracks literally sitting on a server. We did not use YouTube. We'll be using YouTube today. But back in college, the website looked something like this. It showed you a bunch of, recently played tracks that you could choose from. And it had a search bar through which you could search a music track. Once you searched, you selected it, the music track sort of reached a leaderboard / a pending queue of audios. So, all the members can decide कि speakers पे which specific audio would be running. And as you decide / select an audio track here, it would reach a list of the upcoming tracks over here. So, let's say, if I remember the right tracks back then, 𝗥𝗲𝗻𝗲𝗿𝗲𝗀 was one song that was very popular. I don't know, this might be wrong actually. And another song, Poison, or maybe one by that guy, forgetting the name. Maybe Animals by Maroon 5? I don't know. Maybe a different guy. Not Maroon 5. And then maybe a Maroon 5 song. So you could choose an audio track. It will reach this specific queue. If same people chose the same track again, it would stay in this queue. Tracks would start to get played from this guy, then this guy, then this guy. But there was an upvote feature right next to it. So every track that reached the queue, users could upvote it. They could say, okay, this track I want pushed up the stack. So if Animals was the popular one, and let's say it got 5 upvotes, then Animals would get pushed to the top of the queue, and this would be the song that would be played next. So it was basically a collaborative music player that would decide what song would play in the lab next. This is a very bad idea for, there are some people who don't like music / want to have their own headphones, but inside the lab there were speakers where, songs would remain on all day. So, this can piss a few people off because, some Punjabis can reach the campus, reach the lab, and then, all the songs here are Punjabi songs. So, not everyone loves those, but you get the idea. It's a platform where people can come, decide a track. We want this track played on the speakers next. It'll reach this queue, and you can upvote and whatever is upvoted the most is the one that is played, and then this song gets backed off for the next 20 minutes. Let's say agle 20 minutes you can't play this song again, otherwise some Punjabi people will come and keep playing 𝗏𝗶𝗶𝗲𝗏 for the next 2 hours. Question is, where does Web3 come? And I think the answer is, if someone wants to pay, then they can pay to have that song be pushed to the top of the queue, or even better, if someone pays, then the song begins to get played right then and there. Whatever the song that was currently playing stops, and whoever paid, their song begins to get played right now. So people can pay to get pushed to the top of the stack. That's a brief of the idea. Use cases are, number one, colleges / as college groups / offices that want this. Two, the bigger use case that I'm bullish about is YouTube. Whenever I'm live streaming, I decide songs myself. Wouldn't it be nice if I have a space where people can come and choose the next song that will play, upvote, the most upvoted one gets played. If someone pays, then great, it's money for me, and that person got to play a song on my live stream. 3 is, we're starting a 100x on-site very soon, which is going to have Super30. Super30 is going to be a batch of 30 people where we're going to, let's say, learn for 3-4 hours, so classes for 3-4 hours, and then pure development for the next 3-4 hours. During the pure development phase, my goal is to convert these 30 people into Punjabi phonetics. I'm kidding, but you get the idea. In that on-site office, there'll be a music room where you can code all day, but the music stays on. You can decide what to play next, but again, there's this leaderboard / this website that people can choose from. So the speakers there also get decided in a democratic fashion what song gets played next. Cool. Hopefully that's clear. If not, you can go to the end of the video, maybe see the final product and come back to understand what we're building. The things to learn in a platform like this are, number one, you learn about NextJS. That's the stack that we'll be using. It's just the easiest, the most easy one to have front and back end, just bootstrapped and ready to go. WebSockets, so there's unfortunately some real-time communication here. Whenever someone upvotes or downvotes, everyone should see that update. If Maroon 5 reached the top of the stack, everyone should see it immediately. If a song begins to get played, everyone's screen should get played. Probably not. It'll play only in a single place, but at least these upvotes everyone should see in real time. So we will need a WebSocket server. There are no WebSockets. We did not add WebSockets. It's an open issue though. You should pick it up. WebSocket and NextJS authentication can be a pain in the ass because you'll use NextAuth over here. So the JWT created over here will need to be reused in the WebSocket server. We'll also build WebSocket in a mildly scalable way for no reason at all. I don't think a lot of people will use it, but still we'll try to build it the right way. So that will involve using Redis for subscriptions or more specifically Redis as a pub sub. Yeah. Did not use Redis, did not use pub subs. No WebSockets, no Redis, no pub subs. Long polling all the way, keeping it fairly simple. Took 6 hours to build long polling fashion. Imagine the time it would take to create WebSockets. Maybe another 6 hours, but who has the time? And for the UI, we'll use Tailwind, maybe 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to make the components look a little pretty. Is there anything else that you'll be learning by the end of this video? Oh, of course, web3.js, Solana wallet adapter, signatures, and payment verification. This last part is important if we're able to get to it. I don't know if we will. We were not. We might build it in a very unscalable / insecure way. But if we build it the right way, then there's a lot of learning that can happen in this section right here. Everything else I'm assuming is straightforward, and by now India is at a level this is a very common basic stack, and you guys can build website like these, left, right, and center. So I would assume not a lot to learn here, just a lot of implementation. You can implement yourself. You can code along if you want. This section might teach you something extra. Whatever we learn over here might be applicable to the Solana hackathon as well. Cool. I think that's enough context. Is there anything else before we proceed to coding the project? Maybe one thing I forgot was, Postgres plus Prisma, and yeah, that's pretty much it. A few other things you might learn other than, this is probably the tech stack. The things to learn include, YouTube API, Spotify API. You need to make sure there aren't any collisions, same song can't be pushed twice, things like these. So, a little bit we might have to go through this. We expect users to come and paste the Spotify URL or the YouTube URL here. So, some very basic regex might be something we do for ID extraction. Anything else that you can learn from this? Or, the difficult challenges here. Schemas are always, weird, this application specifically will require, you to do some real-time calculation. What is the next song? Oh, that might be actually very tough. That's almost similar to a real-time leaderboard, which is hard to do. I might have spoken a little too early. I think this is a hard problem. I did not think this through. I think this is a hard problem. I could be wrong. You were wrong. I mean, this is a hard problem if you have like 50,000 tracks for a user, but that won't be the case. So, you can do very simple calculations. Your database won't get overwhelmed. This is not a problem similar to a real-time leaderboard in a game that has 50,000 participants. So you're good. You think too much, sir. Specifically real-time updates. This is almost like a real-time leaderboard, right? You have 15 points here, 14 points here, 13 points here. This is not an easy problem to solve. Read about real-time leaderboards. I'll leave a link to a very nice blog post below. So that might be one very big thing to you learn, which is real-time leaderboards. I'm not sure if I'm just thinking a little early right now. There might be an easier way to solve this, but my current guess is this might require building something similar to this, which, as I said, is a hard problem to solve. Is there anything else we're going to learn? Things to learn. None that I can think of. I think that's pretty much it. Without any further ado, we'll try to aim for 3 hours. Let's try to finish the whole application, maybe minus the real-time leaderboards in 3 hours. I think this is going to be a little tricky to implement. It took me 12 hours to do just NextJS, Tailwind shared CN. Here I used AI, by the way. Postgres, Prisma, YouTube API, regex, schemas. This much took 12 hours. 12 might be an overestimation. I started around 1. It's 10 right now. So 9 hours. Wasn't 3 hours. And very basic version took me 9 hours. Maybe the time that I spent coding was 5 to 6 hours, and chilled a bit in the middle. But yeah, I mean, I had the constraints of no AI, things like these, but still took me like 9 hours to build a version that works. But one I'm not proud of because it doesn't use all of these fancy technologies. So yeah, I underestimated the time by a lot here. Let's get right into it. All right, after this, the coding starts. It starts in a hand-holdy fashion for a while. At some point I reach some bugs and the hand-holdiness goes down, but hopefully throughout the code is being explained fairly well, so you understand what is happening. And if you know a little bit of coding and these jargon that I was talking about a while back, some of these features might be good for you to implement yourself on your own, or in this project, because most of the learning will happen if you're not following someone and doing the thing yourself. Cool, that was all from my side. I'm going to bed, and hope you like the video. All right, folks, I've moved myself off screen. I would love some feedback if when I move off screen, do I become more slow paced and does the video become more easy to comprehend? I feel like that is the case personally, but I could be wrong, so let me know. Without any further ado, I've written down these steps. These are the first set of steps that I think if you follow, or let's say, if I paste this in ChatGPT, maybe, it follows them one by one. It's like a very robotic thing that, you should give to a developer before they start making this project. I think as a technical person, you can just go one by one and, start to pick these problems up. The first one, we'll go from the top. As soon as I'm able to finish it, I'll just strike it off and then go to the next one. So if you are following along, if you are coding along, I would urge you to do the same, which is, do step 1 and then maybe compare it with me and strike it off, do step 2, so on and so forth. Without any further ado, step 1 is the easiest. We are going to initialize a Next.js project. The way to do that on my Mac machine is I'm going to go to my projects folder, create a fresh folder here called, I don't want to call it Musey. I think that's a copyright issue. So I'm going to call it Muser. That sounds like a decent name. And I'm going to initialize an empty Next.js project. Is this the command to run to do it? Most probably this isn't. I think it's create next app or something like that. We will see. Nope, that is definitely incorrect. Let's go to the Next.js landing page. Next.js initialize setup. And what does it say? Create next app at the rate of latest, and then the name of the application. So let's do that. The way to initialize the project is npx create next app at latest, and then the name of the application, which this name looks wrong. I'm going to call this app. Use TypeScript, yes. Use ESLint, yes. Use Tailwind, yes. Use the source directory, maybe no. Use the app router, yes. Do you want to customize the imports? Either is fine. I think it's a good idea to do it, so let's do it. What should the customized imports be? @/* is totally fine, and then just let the project initialize itself. To quickly take you through what this, oh, oopsie daisy, completely broke for me. Try that one more time. It also gave me a way to initialize it via is -use -pnpm. Can I run this for it to use pnpm instead of npm? I think that is correct. And yeah, that works. npm has been giving me troubles locally. For those of you who don't know, pnpm is another package manager. That at least works well for me right now. If I change my node version, this will work with npm as well. You can pick and choose. If you want to use the same command that I used over here, then you will have to install pnpm. How do you know you have installed pnpm? Make sure pnpm as a command runs. Generally, it's a good package manager, and slowly becoming the popular one, slowly becoming the one that we use in all of our repositories as well. So I would urge you to generally move to pnpm. Alrighty, we have the project. Let's open it up in Visual Studio Code and go from there. File, open. This is what our project looks like. I have a top level folder called app, which is our NextJS application. And if we need some extra auxiliary service, for example, the WebSocket layer, I will add right below it and keep going from there. Let's open the NextJS project and quickly clean it up before we strike off the very first checkpoint. I'm going to go to page.tsx and completely remove all the text that's inside. I'm going to go to globals.css and remove everything minus the Tailwind imports at the top. So you should see something like this at the top of your globals.css. Page.csx is completely empty. Let's just put a hi there over here. Let's run pnpm dev. If you used npm, then you should use npm dev. Make sure you're in the right folder. So I was not in the right folder. I was in the user folder. I need to go to the app folder and then run pnpm dev. When I run this, you will see I see a very basic NextJS page which has hi there on the left. I can say the very first point is totally done. So if you are not able to do this, make sure you follow the steps, try it out locally yourself. The only place you might be stuck would be I am using pnpm. You might have to use npm. Step 2. I think step 1, step 2 and step 3 are just common things you should do for every project that you want. So just learn these by heart as quickly as possible. NextAuth is something we are going to use for authentication. What does authentication mean? Logging in with Google, logging in with Facebook, things like these. So let's quickly add NextAuth as a dependency to our project and go from there. How do you add NextAuth as a dependency? Again, we go to nextauth.js, we go to get started. And since I am using pnpm, I'm going to run pnpm add NextAuth. If you're using npm, use this. If you're using yarn, then use this. All right. pnpm add NextAuth. What happens after you do this? I need to initialize the routes, but we are not using the pages router. Now this is where you need to know NextJS. If you don't know NextJS, there are two ways to do routing in NextJS. What does routing mean, 𝗥𝗲𝗄𝗏? Routing means, if you're on localhost 3000/dashboard, you are on the dashboard route. What component should render here? If you're on /app, then you're on the app route. What component should render here? That is what is called routing. And there are two ways to do it. It is the old pages router or the new app router. We are using the new app router. How do you know? Because if you go to Visual Studio Code, you will see our app has a folder called app inside. I named this very bad, but hopefully you get the idea. I can name this whatever I want, but inside this, I have a app folder which has my page.tsx. I don't have a pages folder. If I had a pages folder, that would have meant I'm using page router. Since I have the app folder, it means I'm using the app router over here. So even though you're going through this, you will have to search for the app router on this page, and it will tell you if you are using Next 13 or above with the new app router, you can initialize by using this new route handlers by following our guide. So let's follow their guide. Their guide says create this app API auth ..NextAuth route.ts. They say this is the endpoint that you need to create. So let's do that. Sorry, the file structure you need to create. Now, if you don't understand this file structure, it means you don't understand routing in Next.js yet. This basically means any request that comes to /API /auth /anything should be handled by this handler right here. What does this specific route mean? It means that if I create, let me open this on the right. I have Visual Studio Code on the left. It says if I create a folder called API, let me do that, app/API. And then I create a folder called auth, so /auth. And then I've created a folder called square bracket open ..NextAuth square bracket close. And add a route.ts file inside. Then whatever I export from here, for example, let's say I export function get, which returns next response.json message hi there. What have I written? I have said कि ये जो API/auth/anything/route.ts will get handled by this specific route if there is a get request here. Let's see if that happens. If I do a npm run dev here and go to localhost /3000 /API/auth/anything, it returns message hi there over here. If I go to /API/route/any route, it returns this. Why? Because this get handler catches all of these routes. Why does this get router handle all of these routes? Because if you go to API auth .next, this specific, the third line over here, the third folder over here, square bracket .anything, this doesn't have to be NextAuth, it can be anything. This variable for next, if you want to eventually use NextAuth here, then it should be called .NextAuth. But right now I can call it anything. I can call it, anything. So /API/auth/anything /route.ts will handle if any request comes to /API/auth/anything. So that is why if I'm going to /API/auth/anything, it is returning this. I can put a post handler over here as well if I want, and so on and so forth. But since we want to use NextAuth, number one, though, I cannot have this as .anything. I need to have this as .NextAuth because this variable will eventually come here. And number two, I cannot have a random get endpoint of my own. Here is where I need to use the NextAuth library. So if I go back to the NextAuth initialization section, it says you need to write code that looks something like this. Let me paste this. What does it say? It says here you're going to export both get and post as this handler function over here. It says okay, I'm going to initialize a handler function. Here you should define I want to use Google. Let me turn off AI so it doesn't help me too much. Here I need to specify I need to use Google. And what am I exporting as the get handler? The same thing. What am I exporting as the post handler? The same thing. This last line, if it is confusing, it's similar to me doing export function get equal to handler. And export function post also equal to handler. All post requests and all get requests on /API/auth/anything will be handled by this handler over here. Export function get equal to. Wait a second. I think the syntax is incorrect. Export const get equal to this thing. There you go. Yeah, so I can do this if the other syntax feels weird, or you can totally, just do what NextAuth provides you. Question is, what code should I write inside this so that login with Google works? And the answer is, again, thankfully the NextAuth library. It gives you a bunch of what are called providers, which include simple email login, simple credentials based login, which means add anything you want, or OAuth. We are personally going to use login with Google, which is why we are going to focus on the Google provider over here. So if you go to the provider section, it gives you a bunch of Google, Facebook, GitHub, whatever. In our case, we are going to focus on Google. If I go to the Google section, it tells me that whatever NextAuth initialization you had done here, right? Add a providers section over here. Let me open this on the left. Let me open this on the right. It says something like this. At the top, import Google provider, which comes from, again, next-auth/providers/Google. If you want to add GitHub, then you'll do the same thing with GitHub provider from next-auth/provider/GitHub, so on and so forth. In our case, we want to introduce login with Google, which is why I'm going to add only one provider for now, which is going to be this Google provider. But notice when I add this Google provider, number one, the TypeScript begins to complain for me. TypeScript says the thing on the right may or may not exist. It says string or undefined is not assignable to string. So to make TypeScript happy, you can do a few things. The easiest thing you can do is just default to, oopsie daisy, default to an empty string. But more importantly, you need to introduce these environment variables now. You need to have a Google client ID and a Google client secret. How can you introduce these? Have you done OAuth in the past? If not, let me take you through a very simple OAuth 101. If you want to introduce login with Google, then you have to go to Google Cloud and create these client ID and client secret. You basically create a new application, and Google gives you a client ID and client secret. As the name suggests, this, I think this can be public, I could be wrong, but this definitely needs to be secret. And where do you get it from? You get it from here. Go to my console. So just log into GCP, and here search for auth. Go to credentials over here. I think this is the right screen. Yeah, there you go. Again, what did I do? Searched for OAuth, went to credentials, and here I already have a few, production websites for which the client secret you can see over here. You can find over here. These are the client IDs, and I can get the secret as well. I want to create a fresh set of credentials for my OAuth. I want to create a fresh OAuth client ID. Request user consent so the app can access their user data. That is exactly what OAuth is, right? If I ever go to any website, if I go to, bunny.net, let's say, and click on login, it has a few options, one of them being login with Google. What happens when I click here? I ask the user to give me their email and password. That is exactly what create credentials OAuth client ID says. It says request user consent so that the app can access users' data. Now we don't want to access too much data. We just want their email so they can log it into our website. So select this section right here. Are we creating an Android app? Not right now. What are we creating? A web application. So select web app over here. Give it a name. I'm going to call it, whatever, what is it called? Muser. Select Muser over here, and you need to add two more things. Number one, you need to add authorized JavaScript origins, which means from where should this be accessible? Now, number one, this needs to be accessible from localhost :3000. I think that is where a next application runs by default. Where is this next application running? It is running on localhost :3000. So yeah, that is one place from which login with Google should be allowed. What is another place? For us, it is going to be, muser.100xdevs.com. Whenever we deploy this to production, this is from where it should be allowed. And this needs to be HTTPS. Authorize redirect URLs. This is important. If you have heard of OAuth in the past or done OAuth in the past, it has a few stakeholders. It has, Google. It has your backend and your front end as well. And again, you don't have to know this, but whenever you do OAuth using Google, GitHub, whatever, eventually Google calls an endpoint of yours. It calls what's called a redirect URL or a redirect endpoint, where it gives you some of the information of the user. What it is asking you here is, okay, what are those redirect URLs? Where should I allow a request to go back? Where should I send my request whenever the user logs in? Whenever the user logs in and approves, where should I, call your endpoint? What endpoint should I call? So that, if you are using NextAuth, is, I think, let's see. There you go. It is this right here, /API/auth/callback/Google. So for us, it is going to be something like this, or it is going to be something like this. That sounds reasonable. We have 2 API redirect calls. We have 2 places from where, the user can originate the login with Google request. Clicking on create, it gives me a client ID and a secret. Now this I shouldn't be sharing with the world. I am sharing for now, but I will, before this reaches production, I will of course delete it. If I go to .env, there is no .env. So the next step is going to be for me to introduce. I'm surprised there's no .env. But okay, let's introduce a new .env file in the app folder. .env file stands for .environment variable file, basically where you store all of your secrets. What are our 2 secrets we want to store? Secret number 1 is Google_client_ID. I'm going to set it to whatever Google gave me over here. And the second one is Google_client_secret. I'm going to set it to whatever Google gave me over here. Now, whenever I start my NextJS application, these secrets should propagate here. How can I confirm that? I can do one thing. I can, log these secrets somewhere. Let me just log them here. Console.log process.env.google client ID, and then maybe Google client secret. Let's see. Are they getting logged on my server? If they are, that means, we have set environment the right way. Let's refresh a page. Go to localhost :3000. And as you can see, the client ID and the secret are logged, which means we are good to go. These 2 environment variables will propagate in this in this route.ts file as well. Hopefully, authentication is just done. Authentication is done. Yes, that's exactly what NextAuth does, right? It takes a lot of pain of authentication away from you, which is exactly what happened here. Now, if I go to localhost : now let me add some actually front-end code before we proceed. Very simple front-end code I'm going to add. I have a top level page.tsx. Let me introduce an app bar over here, which has, a login button. So let me introduce an app bar. Let me introduce a folder called components over here, where I'll be writing all of my front-end components. Inside this components folder, let me introduce appbar.tsx, export function appbar, Musi on the left. So I'm going to write some CSS now, and if you don't understand it, you might have to do some very basic CSS warm-up / Tailwind warm-up in this case, but this is not too difficult. This is basically similar to me assigning some style here that looks something like this: display flex, and then justify content / between. So I can either do this, or if you're using Tailwind, then you can do this. I'm just using Tailwind, so I'm not going to do the slightly ugly way or the ugly approach over here. All right. I have Musi on the left, which is the name of our application. And then what do I want on the right? On the right, I want a sign in button, a logout button, something like that. So a button which on click we'll call, let's say, sign in. Now here again, some beginners will get confused, but hopefully you don't get confused with what's happening here. I'll explain this in a bit. Let me give it some basic styles as well, whatever. M-2, P-2, which means a margin of 2, a padding of 2. And how do you give background color? BG-blue-400. Let's see how this looks. I've created an app bar component, which has a button. When you click on this button, what does it do? It calls the sign-in function that comes from NextAuth/React. Thankfully, NextAuth/React exports a function. Whenever you call that function, the user gets redirected to the login page. And one more thing you have to do here, since you have on-click written over here, you have some logic that can only run on a client. You need to use client at the top. If you don't use this, well, try not using this, and you'll see an error. Let me go to the front end. What is it? Oh, it says app bar is not defined. So firstly, let me go to page.tsx and make sure I'm importing app bar from the right place. Then if I refresh, what does it say? Event handlers cannot be passed to client components. It says you cannot use on-click. If you are using on-click, please make the app bar a client component. What is a client component? Don't worry about it. Worry about it. You need to know what this is. If you're using Next, but basically there are two types of components, clients and servers. If you're ever using on-clicks, you need to make sure this specific component only renders on the client, and hence you have to use client or write use client at the top of the file. If I refresh now, we have an ugly looking sign-in button, this thing over here. If I click on the sign-in button, it takes me to a page. Am I zoomed in too much here? Yeah. It takes me to a page where there's a sign in with Google button. Of course, this is not very pretty, which we can, change. But let me click on this. It takes me to this page. Let me click on, let me select one of these emails. And now I'm back in this page. Question is, am I logged in? Can I replace this with a logout button? How do I know that the user is logged in? And the answer is, again, NextAuth/React library gets you a variable called session equal to use session. Yeah. It gives you a hook called use session that returns you, this session variable. And here you will know that the user is logged in if session.data.user exists. If session.data.user exists, then should you render a sign-in button, or should you render a log out button? What should you render? You should render a log out button. The user is already logged in. You should log them out. How can you log them out? Again, thankfully, the NextAuth/React library exports a sign out function. So it's, fairly easy. Hopefully, you look at it and you understand what is happening here. If the user doesn't exist, that means the user needs to see a sign in button. If the user does exist, then the user needs to see a logout button. If I refresh, it says use session must be wrapped inside a session provider. Again, one thing you need to know / keep doing if you're using NextAuth with NextJS is you need to create a top level providers.tsx file. You can name this whatever you want, that exports a component called provider, maybe providers, which returns a bunch of providers and wraps your children inside it. Kuch nahi samajh aaya na? Everything went up your head. Let me explain this in a while. Don't worry. Let me finish this and then I'll explain. Whenever you are using NextAuth, or in the future you might use Recoil, you might use themes and have these theme providers that provide a theme throughout your app, which means make them black, blue, green, whatever. Or you use a state management library like Recoil. All of these need to run on the client. I repeat, all of these providers. If you don't know what providers are, you have to learn about the context API in React. But if you do, then all of these providers, be it the session provider right now, and let's say in the future we add a Recoil provider, all of these need to wrap your full application. Which is why there are two ways to wrap your application inside this. Easiest way is you go to layout.tsx. I repeat, you go to the root layout. What is this root layout? It basically wraps your application inside this HTML tag and the body tag. And ideally what you want to do is, what did this say? It says use session must be wrapped inside a session provider. So ideally what you could have done was this, add a session provider over here, ideally. But if you add this, it'll tell you this needs to be a client component. Session provider only runs on the client. If you make the layout a client component, there are like 1,000 downsides to this, which is why the most ideal approach is to wrap your application inside a user created context called providers. We create our own component called providers, which will eventually have a bunch of these providers. We are just using the session provider right now. In the future, we might have to use the recoil provider and, as I said, a theme provider, so on and so forth. And this providers component is a client component. If I go back here, what have I done in this section? I introduced a new set of providers. Specifically, I introduced a new function called providers, which does nothing. It takes children as an input, which means, it takes already this is very confusing, right? Children came over here, which went over here. What is happening? Great question. What was this initially? Initially, it was this. What did this do initially? Kya aapki jo puri React app hogi na, your full React app, I will wrap inside body and HTML. That is what layout.tsx does. In NextJS, read about what layout.tsx does. It just is used to, put some things through on every page. If I add hi or some text over here, that text will appear over here. This, warning wasn't here. Let me actually add the providers and show you. Okay, if I add some text here, hi there, it appears at the top of the application. If I add some text below it, it appears below the application. So can you guess what this wrapping is doing? It is taking your full application, whatever your application is, and putting some things, in this case, above and below it. And in this case, it is wrapping all of your application inside this context API. So it is wrapping your full application inside this component, which is exactly what you need if you want to, use NextAuth. If you want to use NextAuth, you need to wrap your app inside a session provider, which is what we've done over here. This might have gone, above a few people's head, unless you've already done NextAuth. Let me give you an example of a few repositories where this is done as well. So, this is fairly common practice that you need to do. If I go to CMS, this is also a NextJS application. If I go to source, where is it? App, you will see a providers.tsx. And this one has a session provider, also has a theme provider, also has a recoil root. So fairly common practice to introduce a providers.tsx file, which is a client, which wraps or, has a bunch of these context providers, recoil root, session provider, theme provider, that you need to wrap your application in. How do they work? You create your own component from which you export this. You use this component where? In the root layout.tsx. So if I go to the root layout.tsx here also you will notice I have wrapped the complete application inside this providers component. Hopefully that is clearer now. And as you can see, you also put Google Analytics here. If you want Google Analytics on every page of your application, you render that component here. We are not going to in this application, but you get the idea. Hopefully that is enough. I think just adding this much code, which is adding this providers component and this session provider, should be enough. If I go here now, I see a logout button. If I log out, I see a sign in button. If I sign in, I can go back to logging in with Google. Then I see a logout button. So seems like at least authentication is done. Authentication, which is such a big pain, authentication with Google, which is an even bigger pain, happened immediately. How? Thanks to the, thanks to us delegating a lot of these things to NextAuth. Are we done with point 1 and point 2? Seems like it, 𝗥𝗲𝗃. Can we move on to point 3? Yes, 𝗥𝗲𝗃. Let's create the schema of our application, which is usually the place which requires a lot of brain power. So let's spend some time and figure out what does the schema look like for the user, the space, the active stream, and the stream history. All right, folks, let's get into creating the schemas. I've written some terms here. I wrote them when I was thinking of what the application should be. So let me quickly explain these 4 terms. Let's quickly design the schema of this application. So when the user comes and signs up, each one of these users is what's called, a user on your platform. Now there will be two types of users. One will be creators that are live streaming right now. Call them creators, call them admins, call them space creators. And then there'll be another type of users, which will be simple users that will just be upvoting on what audio should play next. Space was basically whenever a user signs up on the platform, they can create multiple spaces, a single space being, actually, let's not complicate this. Let's keep it simple. When the user signs up, they have a single space basically. Every user can only create a single, call it session, call it, live streaming session where audios and videos are playing. You can't have multiple of these. We can add this in the future if need be. Let's keep it fairly simple right now. Active streams are going to be the set of streams that users have chosen for this specific creator. So if, a creator, let's say 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀 comes and signs up, they are one kind of user, and then the other users can come sign up and create a bunch of active streams that they want to be played on stream. And then lastly, stream history is as these videos get played and popped off this track, you should have a place where the user can see the recent set of audios that were played, and they can re-choose from them. Maybe this also is a feature we can skip for now. Keep things completely simple and not have stream history either. Simply a user and an active stream, where an active stream depends on a user. If 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗃 is one creator, they'll have a bunch of active streams, and let's say 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗀𝗃 is another creator slash, 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗃 has an office slash super 30 room. Then this room will also have 3 set of or 5 set of audios that are currently the pending audios that have not yet been played, that will be stored in this active streams table. Fairly simple schema. This is actually not great. There should be the concept of a space, which basically is, every user can create multiple spaces, and in each space you will have a bunch of active streams. That way, if I have 2 YouTube channels, or if I want to use the same account of mine for creating multiple such spaces, I should be allowed to. To keep things simple, we'll have a single user and a single active, a bunch of active streams, a one-to-many relationship here. Every user can have multiple active streams. They're all sorted based on upvotes. Maybe one very obvious thing I missed over here is upvotes, which can be a separate table, but they need to be a separate table. Every user can upvote on an active stream, and hence there'll be again, a foreign key relationship between upvotes and active stream and users. Every user can upvote on an active stream. When they downvote, the entry over here goes away. I don't think I explained this very well. So let me again explain, because I think I thought a lot of this myself. To reiterate, we have a users table, we have an upvotes table, and we're going to have a active streams table. These are the 3, entries we need to store. I'm strongly thinking, really strongly thinking, you don't need Postgres for this at all. And we should just use the Redis for everything. I have a very strong feeling over here, because you probably need Postgres for the user information, but upvotes and active streams are all very transitory. What do I mean by transitory? They exist here for 5 minutes and eventually go away. Same for upvotes and downvotes. They stay here, and whenever the stream gets played and eventually gets popped off, it's not really needed. For such transient data, you don't really need Postgres. It's a good idea to use Postgres so that you can you have persistent data stored somewhere forever. But if you want to keep your life simple, you can just use Redis as your primary store as well. Using Redis as your primary store is not the best idea in the world. But for an application like this, where these streams are fairly fleeting and eventually go into oblivion, eventually get deleted from your tables or your database, doesn't really matter. You can use Redis as well. We won't today. But if I wasn't building this on YouTube, I would have definitely considered Redis as my primary store completely. All right. I think that's enough context. Let's initialize the schema. Let me now change this. We only have users, we have active stream, and we have upvotes. We have 3 tables over here. Let me go to Visual Studio Code. And how do you initialize Prisma? I hope few of you part of the cohort or otherwise already know this. You first do npm install Prisma. that will bring Prisma as a dependency. Then you do npx Prisma init, that will initialize Prisma. And if you look at it, it updated the .env file and introduced a database URL over here. Now the database URL introduced is a random database URL. Let me replace this with, some credentials like random password is fine, localhost is fine, 5432 is fine. Let me make this Postgres as well. Let me start a Postgres instance locally. How can you do that? I would assume if you're part of the cohort, this is just like revision for you. And if not, if you've not used this stack, this is like fairly common things to do when you're bootstrapping a NextJS application, which is initialize Prisma. You have a database URL here, replace this with, some local credentials and start Postgres locally with the same credentials. How can you do that? Docker run -p5432:5432 Postgres and add an environment variable here called, I'm totally forgetting. Let's see. Start Postgres Docker. Basically, we're starting Postgres locally using Docker to keep our lives a little bit simpler. And when you do that, you have to pass in an environment variable called Postgres_password, which in our case, what is the password we're using? It is this password right here called random pass. If I do this, it will bring the Postgres image locally on my machine, and then start Postgres locally. While it happens, let me on the side open this file called schema.prisma. So whenever you ran npx Prisma init, it created this Prisma folder inside which there's a schema.prisma file. Here is where you define all of your schema, which in our case is, we're going to have a users table. What will it have? It will have an ID, which will be, let's say, a string, which will be by default a UUID. And this will also be the ID of this table or the primary key of this table. Each user will have, let's say, an email, which will be a string, and a provider, which in our case, we are just using Google right now. Let provider be an enum, and Google is the only entry here. In the future, we might add, login with GitHub, login with Facebook, so you can add more providers over here. I would say that's pretty much it. Maybe a role. Do we need a role? Probably. So you can log in either as a streamer or as, I don't know if end user is the right word for it, but a normal user, I guess. End user is a bad term, but okay, we'll go with this. A streamer is someone who, well, as the name suggests, wants to stream, has their music room, has their speakers connected, and end users are normal end users that can upvote on this, upvote on, a bunch of active streams. Next step is for you to create the other model. What was the other model? The other models were active streams and upvotes. So let's create let's just call it streams. I don't think we need to call it active streams anymore. Just streams is good enough. Model stream. This will of course have an ID. So let's start there. It will be the same as users. It will have a type. Enum. Stream type would be either Spotify or YouTube. These are the two sort of, types of streams that we have. It will be active, whether or not it is currently active. I'll set this to, a Boolean, which by default would be true. And upvotes is something we shouldn't be storing here in the database. Upvotes should probably be stored in Redis, but for now we'll go with this. Upvotes are going to be a number or whatever, integer. That looks good enough for the streams, and maybe a foreign key. Every stream will be associated to a user. So this is where, it's going to become very hard in the future to introduce something like spaces that I was talking about, but let's not go there. Let's say this has a user ID, which is, a string, and a foreign key for user, which is a relation on fields, user ID. And how do you create a relation in Postgres? Prisma, fields and references. Yeah. References ID from the users table. You also have to add an entry over here. It's a one-to-many relationship, which means every user will have a bunch of streams. So something like this. There we go. All the errors are gone. We have a one-to-many relationship between users and streams. Every user can have multiple streams, and every stream is associated to a single user. The last table that we have to create is upvotes. So again, I strongly feel like both upvotes and streams should probably be stored in Redis. It'll just be faster. But okay, we'll stick with this for now. Every upvote will be for a user ID and for a stream ID, a specific user, upvoting on a stream. And it'll have, a foreign key relationship from, basically something almost exactly like this. Every upvote will be for a user, which means every user will have a bunch of upvotes over here, and every upvote will be for a stream ID, which means there will be a stream over here on the field stream ID, which references ID over here, and every stream will have a bunch of upvotes. Okay, this is a number. We should convert this to an array of upvotes, and we can just get the number of upvotes from here. So this is our final schema. Might feel a little jarring to you if you've not done basic schema design before, but the way it works is, okay, we are definitely going to have a users table where, whenever a user signs up or signs in, an entry goes here. How do you decide a role is tricky. And I'm thinking, should we just get rid of roles? I think the answer is yes. To keep our lives simpler, we're going to just get rid of roles for now. Everyone can create streams, everyone can upvote for other streams. It's totally fine. Every user will have a bunch of streams. Every user will have a bunch of upvotes that they can do. Every stream will have a bunch of upvotes as well. And every stream will be related to a user. A user will have a bunch of streams. One-to-many relationship here, one-to-many relationship here, and one-to-many relationship from here to here. If you want to do a quick schema design, it looks something like this. This is the users table, which has a one-to-many relationship. It has a one-to-many relationship with the streams table, which has a one-to-many relationship with the upvotes table. Every stream has many upvotes. That sounds right. Something like this. Actually, something like this. It is like this. And then every user will have multiple upvotes. Like I can upvote on multiple streams, which is why the relation looks something like this. One thing that needs to happen is every entry in the upvotes table needs to be unique for user ID and stream ID. You can't have two entries in here for the same user ID and stream ID. A single user can't upvote twice on the stream user ID, on the same stream ID, sorry. So if there's a user that upvotes on a stream ID, they should only be do it once. How can you enforce that at the database level? By adding a uniqueness constraint here. Okay, you can't put two entries here with the same user ID stream ID tuple. So if you have a user ID stream ID tuple, it can only be put in this upvotes table once. Great. I think that covers the schema. Much more simpler schema than we originally anticipated. I don't love it, but it'll get the job done for now, and we will have a working application by the end of it, which means, can I strike this out? I think we can. We can move on to the fourth section right here. That's creating the backend endpoints that lets the user do all of these things. This is actually fairly easy, If you flip on AI, it'll happen in a second, but we won't. So let's just quickly code these 4 endpoints that I've written right now. We might need more in the future, but my current guess is these 4 are good enough. All right, time to write some backend code. I think this isn't too complicated. I could be wrong, but I think we just need 3 endpoints. One where users can come and add streams for a different creator. As in, a user can come to SAAS page and add a bunch of streams in there. Users can upvote or cancel on that specific stream, and users can fetch the current set of streams. Whenever I go to a creator's page, I should see the current set of streams present. I should be able to add streams. I should be able to upvote or cancel my upvote on a specific stream. So let's get into coding these endpoints. Again, if you've done NextJS, then this is fairly straightforward. In your API folder, you can introduce a streams folder where you can have all the right set of endpoints in this file called route.ts. So if someone wants to create a stream, they can send a post request here. So export function post, which will take a request as an input, and this request will have some JSON data. Once you receive this JSON data, what do you have to do? You have to parse out the information from it, specifically, the creator ID. What the user would send would be the ID of the creator where they want to add a stream. So let's create some schema for this to make our lives a little bit easier. Eventually, I'm going to add Zod. I'm going to add Zod as a dependency here, and I'm going to, filter out the schema. So Z from Zod. For those of you who don't know, Zod lets you pretty much parse incoming data. So your user could send you any arbitrary data over here. Zod lets you parse this data and make sure the user is sending you the right things. Specifically in our case, const create stream schema equal to z dot object creator ID, which is a string, and URL, which is again a string. Actually, that's good enough. From this URL, we need to parse out, is this Spotify or is this, a YouTube URL? Dot includes YouTube, or actually it should be something like .or of I don't know. There's an easy way to do this. You can make this even more stricter, basically, and make sure this URL has YouTube inside or has Spotify inside. I'm not going there. Like, very easy to do. Just go through Zod documentation pages or just flip on this AI. It'll just help you figure out how to make sure this URL is fairly strict. I'll just add checks over here to do that. All right. Const data equal to create stream schema dot parse this thing, and this would pretty much throw an error right here if the data isn't correct. If the data that the user is sending you, which comes in this variable rec.json if you await it. So whatever data comes over here, if it is not correct, then there'll be an error thrown on this line, and the user will see that error. So probably put this inside a try catch. If there is an error, then just let the user know. .json message error while adding a stream, and then status would be 411, and we should probably add some rate limiting here as well, so a single user can't flood the stream. But here, let's not go there. All right, we have this, we have the data. Now we can do we need to do a database entry over here. So before we do that, let me create a global db.ts file, or I can create a folder called lib, which is usually where you store this. Inside lib, I'm going to have a db.ts file, which is just going to export const Prisma client equal to new Prisma client. And as you can see, Prisma client, when I tried to create a new Prisma client, VS Code did not help me out. Why? Do the people who do know Prisma already know this. The reason is I have not yet migrated my database. Whenever you create schema, you should migrate your DB. You should create your client. We have not done either one of these. So let's first npx Prisma migrate. To migrate our local Postgres database, it says cannot reach the database here because I remember starting Docker. I don't know where it went. So let's do that again. Docker run this. Seems like the database is running locally now. Now, if I migrate my database, it says give me a name for this specific migration. I'm going to call it init. And everything works fine. What happens when I do this? What did I do again? I ran npx Prisma migrate dev. What it does is it puts a bunch of tables in this Postgres, database, specifically these tables right here. It makes sure a user table, a stream table, and an upvote table exist in my database. That is what the migrate command does. Then there is a command called npx Prisma generate, which generates some code for you. It basically generates this thing right here. If I go to node modules /@prisma/client, this thing right here, it creates this folder for me. This is like a generated client. What does a generated client mean? It means based on these files, it creates some TypeScript code for you that you can use in your application. Import Prisma client from @prisma/client. There you go. It basically has a bunch of, if I go here, you'll see a bunch of auto-generated code, which has all the right types based on this schema. I repeat, it has all the right types based on this schema, which is why if I now export this new Prisma client variable over here, which again, this isn't the best. We should introduce a singleton here. I'm just calling this out. I'm not doing this, but you should ideally do this. I'll explain later maybe what this is. When I export this Prisma client, if I now import it here in this route.ts, import from @/db or maybe @/lib/db. @/app/lib/db, my bad. Import Prisma client from here, and now I can start to put data inside. Specifically Prisma client dot, in this case, stream dot create user ID, which will be something we'll understand soon where it will come from, and the stream ID. Every stream belongs to a user. Oh, that's it. User ID will come as an input in here, data.creator ID, and we're creating a stream. Our stream doesn't have a URL, which is something we should have put here. So let me put that here. String, and maybe, just maybe it should have a extracted ID as well, which will also be a string. This extracted ID is, if you go to YouTube and play a random video, this ID over here is what's called the extracted ID. All right, time to write some backend code. I think this isn't too complicated. I could be wrong, but I think we just need 3 endpoints. One where users can come and add streams for a different creator. As in, a user can come to some page and add a bunch of streams in there. Users can upvote or cancel on that specific stream, and users can fetch the current set of streams. Whenever I go to a creator's page, I should see the current set of streams present. I should be able to add streams. I should be able to upvote or cancel my upvote on a specific stream. So let's get into coding these endpoints. Again, if you've done NextJS, then this is fairly straightforward. In your API folder, you can introduce a streams folder where you can have all the right set of endpoints in this file called route.ts. So if someone wants to create a stream, they can send a post request here. So export function post, which will take a request as an input, and this request will have some JSON data. Once you receive this JSON data, what do you have to do? You have to parse out the information from it, specifically, the creator ID. What the user would send would be the ID of the creator where they want to add a stream. So let's create some schema for this to make our lives a little bit easier. Eventually, I'm going to add Zod. I'm going to add Zod as a dependency here, and I'm going to, filter out the schema. So Z from Zod. For those of you who don't know, Zod lets you pretty much parse incoming data. So your user could send you any arbitrary data over here. Zod lets you parse this data and make sure the user is sending you the right things. Specifically in our case, const create stream schema equal to z dot object creator ID, which is a string, and URL, which is again a string. Actually, that's good enough. From this URL, we need to parse out, is this Spotify or is this, a YouTube URL dot includes YouTube, or actually it will be something like .or of I don't know. There's an easy way to do this. You can make this even more stricter, basically, and make sure this URL has YouTube inside or has Spotify inside. I'm not going there. Like, very easy to do. Just go through Zod documentation pages or just flip on this AI. It'll just help you figure out how to make sure this URL is fairly strict. I'll just add checks over here to do that. All right. Const data equal to create stream schema dot parse this thing, and this would pretty much throw an error right here if the data isn't correct. If the data that the user is sending you, which comes in this variable rec.json, if you await it, so whatever data comes over here, if it is not correct, then there will be an error thrown on this line, and the user will see that error. So probably put this inside a try catch. If there is an error, then just let the user know. .json message error while adding a stream, and then status would be 411. And we should probably add some rate limiting here as well, so a single user can't flood the stream. But here, let's not go there. All right, we have this, we have the data. Now we can do we need to do a database entry over here. So before we do that, let me create a global db.ts file, or I can create a folder called lib, which is usually where you store this. Inside lib, I'm going to have a db.ts file, which is just going to export const Prisma client equal to new Prisma client. And as you can see, Prisma client, when I try to create a new Prisma client, VS Code did not help me out. Why? Do you know? The people who do know Prisma already know this. The reason is I have not yet migrated my database. Whenever you create schema, you should migrate your DB. You should create your client. We have not done either one of these. So let's first npx Prisma migrate. To migrate our local Postgres database, it says cannot reach the database here because I remember starting Docker. I don't know where it went. So let's do that again. Docker run this. Seems like the database is running locally now. Now, if I migrate my database, it says give me a name for this specific migration. I'm going to call it init. And everything works fine. What happens when I do this? What did I do again? I ran npx Prisma migrate dev. What it does is it puts a bunch of tables in this Postgres, database, specifically these tables right here. It makes sure a user table, a stream table, and an upvote table exist in my database. That is what the migrate command does. Then there is a command called npx Prisma generate, which generates some code for you. It basically generates this thing right here. If I go to node modules /@prisma/client, this thing right here, it creates this folder for me. This is like a generated client. What does a generated client mean? It means based on these files, it creates some TypeScript code for you that you can use in your application. Import Prisma client from @prisma/client. There you go. It basically has a bunch of, if I go here, you'll see a bunch of auto-generated code, which has all the right types based on this schema. I repeat, it has all the right types based on this schema, which is why if I now export this new Prisma client variable over here, which again, this isn't the best. We should introduce a singleton here. I'm just calling this out. I'm not doing this, but you should ideally do this. I'll explain later maybe what this is. When I export this Prisma client, if I now import it here in this route.ts, import from @/db or maybe @/lib/db. @/app/lib/db, my bad. Import Prisma client from here. And now I can start to put data inside, specifically Prisma client dot, in this case, stream dot create user ID, which will be something we'll understand soon where it will come from, and the stream ID. Every stream belongs to a user. Oh, that's it. User ID will come as an input in here, data.creator ID, and we're creating a stream. Our stream doesn't have a URL, which is something we should have put here. So let me put that here. String, and maybe, just maybe, it should have a extracted ID as well, which will also be a string. This extracted ID is, if you go to YouTube and let's say this is a video that the user wants to be played. This is the extracted ID of that video. Similarly on Spotify, you know, whenever you post a URL, there will be an ID for that specific sound. That's what this extracted ID variable over here is. Since I've made some changes to the database, there are a few things you have to do. Again, if you've done Prisma, you already know this. You need to re-migrate the database. You need to add these entries to the database. Let's give it a descriptive name, call it added IDs. And after you've migrated the database, what is the next step? You need to generate the client. There we go. Now let's start to put the entry in the database. So let's assume these are only YouTube URLs to begin with. Let's not worry about Spotify just yet. This is where you're putting in the entry. The URL is again something that the user provides you. So data.url. Extracted IDs, you know, first you need to check, is this a YouTube URL? So const is YouTube equal data.url.includes YouTube. And here is where you need to extract the ID. So here is where we need to do some regex. Regex stands for regular expressions, and specifically the one that we want to create looks something like this. Not this. We need to create a regex for a URL that looks like this. This is the first time I'm going to use AI today. Give me the regex for a YouTube URL like this, because it's like very hard to create regular expressions yourself. I would never do this myself, but thankfully we get this regular expression from ChatGPT, which if I replace or test this on a YouTube URL, hopefully it matches. It does indeed match. So that's good enough. This is super important / needed for us because you know, the user could send us any inputs, any random input to, you know, let's say a weird website. We don't want that, and hence let me have a global variable called const YouTube regex equal to this thing, and const Spotify. We'll get to Spotify when we get to it. All right, new regex. Regex in JS. Dot test. This is a better test to make sure that the URL that the user has pasted is correct. If not, is yt. What is this? This is a boolean. It is a boolean. Then you simply return, you know, the same thing that's returned over here, which is, okay, hey, you've sent us something incorrect. Wrong URL format. But if the user sent the right thing, then we need to extract the ID. Const extracted ID equal to data.split. Let's see, what does a YouTube URL look like? $v equal to something. Data.split $v equal to of 1. And that's what the extracted ID over here is. Created ID was a string. Why is this giving me an error? User ID does not exist on .create. Need to have data in here. All right. URL extracted ID. What else do we need inside here? If I go to the type, we need ID, we need URL, we need extracted ID, we need type, which for now we're going to hard code it to YouTube because that's the only one we support. And that's good to go. Data.url.split. I think this function should work correctly. Ideally, we should write a test for it. But if you look at it, what does it do? It extracts the data. It specifically extracts the body, checks if the URL is incorrect. Does it follow the YouTube format or not? If it does follow the YouTube format, if it doesn't, then we early return. If it does, then we extract the ID by getting everything before and after the question mark v equal to. Most YouTube URLs are split by this. Before this there is something, after this there's the actual ID. So that's how we get the ID, and then we put this inside the database. With, of course, initially it will have 0 upvotes on it. Great. Yeah, that's good enough. What is the second endpoint? We're done with the first endpoint. Users can add streams. The second endpoint is users can upvote and cancel on streams. So maybe inside the streams folder, I'm going to add a upvotes folder and another folder called downvotes, or maybe upvote and downvote. Upvote folder is going to have a route.ts. Downvote folder is going to have a route.ts. Again, we'll export post endpoints in both the places. And here const data equal to, again, await. Yeah, I wish I could turn on AI. This would be so much faster. Upvote schema const equal to z.object, and this is going to have the stream ID, which will be again z.string, and it will have let's say that's all it will have. Yeah, we don't need anything else. Const user, or session equal to use server session. Unstable get server session. There you go. That's how you get the user's details on the backend. If not, session.data. Sorry, I need to await this user dot. This is where things get complicated. Let's just stick with email for now. But yeah, we need to fix this. By default, NextAuth just gives you the email and not the ID, and the way to introduce the ID is a little complicated. Let's not go there for now. But that's something you should do. We're not doing that though. All right, if we get something like this, we return next response.json message unauthenticated, and then the status code here is 403. If the user does exist, then let's first get the user details. This is where I'm saying it gets a little ugly, and it might be a good idea for you to do this to-do here. Await Prisma client dot user dot find. This is probably easier. All right, that looks decentish. I should probably have the check above as well, but that's fine. Replace. You can get rid of the DB call here. All right. Cool. We get the user's details, and now we can put this entry in the database. So again, we should put this inside a try catch, since the user might be trying to upvote twice, and if they do, this request would fail. But basically it looks something like this. Const data equal to upvote schema dot parse this thing, and then await Prisma client dot upvotes dot create data user ID is user.id and stream ID. What's it called again? It is called stream ID. It will just be data.stream ID. That looks decent. And if there's an error, then let the user know that they're probably trying to upvote twice, or something along those lines. Error while upvoting. And can you guess what the downvote endpoint looks like? Oh, sorry, this was the downvote endpoint. Let me copy this over to upvote/route.ts, and in downvote, what do you think happens? I just delete the same entry where user ID is this thing and stream ID is this thing. Delete. What's the issue here? It's not assignable to this. It looks something like, let's see, where upvote type unique user ID underscore stream ID. So it looks something like this. Prisma has very strict types, so which is a good thing. But yeah, there you go. It says where this unique constraint is, user ID is this thing and stream ID is this thing. Since the uniqueness constraint here exists on a combination of these two, if you want to delete using this specific uniqueness constraint, you need to specify it over here. All right, that looks decent. I think we've created all of our endpoints. Let me go back to upvote, and cancel upvotes is done. What is left? Let everyone fetch the current streams with their upvotes. That's actually correct. Along with these two endpoints, I need a third endpoint here, that is a get endpoint to get a specific stream. So export async function get, which again takes a request as an input. That's next request. And here, what are we going to do? We want to get the user ID from a query param. Now the question is, how do you get query parameters in next 13? Let's see. API routes. That looks right. Have you tried request.nextl.search params? That looks right. That is how you get the query parameters, which in our case, what do we want? We want const stream ID equal to this thing, or it'll actually be creator ID equal to this thing, creator ID. And now we want to get all the streams for this creator, so called const streams equal to await db dot whatever Prisma client dot creator dot user dot find many where user, not users. We need to find the streams where user ID is nothing but this creator ID. All right, that looks decent. And then we just need to return it. So return next response dot JSON streams. All right, that looks decent. I think we have everything we need, but let's test it out. Of course, we're incredibly boring people and we're not writing tests, which is something you should do. I would ideally test this. And this is like the perfect example for where you should be testing, like using real tests and not using Postman. But we're lazy people, which is why Postman is what we will open. And here I'm going to replace the URL with http://localhost:3000. And let me try to, this won't be that easy, would it? I first need to sign up, and that also means when the user signs up, we need to put an entry in the database. So the first thing we actually have to do is go to NextAuth, which is where API/auth/nextauth/route.ts, and here add a callback. Okay, whenever a sign in happens, for let's say an account, params, which has user as something, just call it params here. Is it supposed to return something? Why is there a type error? Void is assignable to awaitable string or boolean. Oh, I should return true over here to begin with. That will take away the type error. And let me log params to see how can I extract the email over here, because here I have to do a Prisma client.user.create or update, or just create is fine as well. Email is what I need to figure out. What do I need to put here? That's why I'm logging the parameters, but that's not enough. I also need to put, it says email isn't visible. Let's see, data and then email. What else do you need here? Provider, which is going to be Google for now. We can just hard code it. One thing I have to do to make sure this definitely works is add a uniqueness constraint to the email. So let me go back to schema.prisma and make the email here unique, so that I don't have two entries for the same user. Again, if you change the database ever, you first migrate the database, add, that is fine, add underscore unique underscore constraint. That's the name I'm giving to my message. You can give it any name you want. Then you regenerate the client. And now you can go back here and replace this email with however you access email from here. So let's do that. Let's do pnpm run dev. Let's try to sign in and see what gets logged over here, so that we can extract the email from it. Sign in, log in with Google, select 𝗥𝗲𝗵𝗹𝘀96 @gmail, continue, and you will notice this is what gets logged, a very big thing here. But what am I interested in? I'm interested in .user.email. So let's replace this with params .user.email, or maybe let's do this. If not params.user.email, then you return false. And else this happens, this will take away the type error as well. All right, and now this should put things in the database. Let's see what a database looks like right now. npx Prisma Studio will open the database and show me there's a single user with an empty email right now. That's bad. Let's delete this. And now let's re-sign in. Let's again call pnpm run dev in one tab, and let me open another tab here and run. Go to app and run npx Prisma Studio. And here, if you look at it, currently the database is empty. After I sign in, log in with Google and select an email over here, you will notice that entry comes into the database with the right email. Even if I log out now and I re-log in with the same email, I can still sign in. And there's only a single entry in the database. Still, we don't have multiple entries over here, so we're good to go. All right, signing up, signing in endpoint is done. Now I can test the rest of the endpoints. Okay, given this creator ID has been created, given this there is a creator over here with this ID. How can I go to Postman and, add streams for this user? So now we will hit the endpoints that we had created. Specifically, what were the endpoints we created? We created the /streams/route.ts. So basically an endpoint at /API/streams, where the body looks something like this. What does the body look like? Creator ID and URL. So creator ID is going to be this, and the URL is going to be, let's say, let's select a random YouTube URL. There you go. If I click on send now, it says wrong URL format. That looks like the right URL format to me. Let's go back to regex checker. Let's see, does this regex succeed? It does succeed over here. Let's see the regex again. Okay, let's paste this in the console. yt_regex.test. And what's the URL? It is this thing right here. This returns false. Why? I hate regex. A to Z. It doesn't have to be 11 characters. I think this we can definitely, it might be. How many characters are there here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That looks right. But what is this /w-? What if I make this star? No, let's not do that. /AB+C. What is this? This much works. Now what did we do? $v equal to star. Let's do this much. Why does this not work? $v equal to and $v equal to, that doesn't work. If I remove this much, then it works. Is YouTube URL npm? There you go. Let's see what this npm module provides us. YouTube URL tools. There you go. It provides you whether or not it is a valid URL. That is exactly what we're going to use here. I am just curious about its implementation, considering it was published last 8 years ago. So let's see, how does it implement it? They have again a regex only. Let's just try to use their regex and see if it's any better than our regex. String URL.match this thing. So let's do that. Let's use this regex that these folks, hopefully very smart folks, have written. Let's do data.url.match yt_regex and go from there. Hopefully this should do it. Now let's try to see if we send, it returns me 500 status code. Everything goes bonkers here. No response is returned from the route handler. That is because indeed I don't do that. Whenever this happens, I need to return next response.json message added stream and preferably an ID as well. Dot all right, that looks decent. Let's try that one more time. Let's send a request and this time we get back an ID. Pretty good. Maybe one more thing we should do is extract the thumbnail and the title so we can show it everywhere. So YouTube API get thumbnail and title npm YouTube search API, YouTube-API. What does YouTube-API give us? It was published 4 years ago, and what does it give you? Yeah, this won't be easy. This is for OAuth stuff. This isn't, at least from the first looks, for what I need. Can't say this is either. Get channel by ID, get video details with suggestion, get video details. It returns you a thumbnail, it returns you the title. That is exactly what we need. So shall we look at their code and yoink some of their code, or should we just use their module? It was last published 2 months ago, which means, you know, is a slightly better API than the other one. Let's see, it has a function called get YouTube init data, which takes a URL as an input and it gets some information. Inner tube API key. No idea what inner tube is. Inner tube context. Yada, yada, yada. What was the method that we were looking at? The method was called get video details. So let's look at the get video details function. Right here is YouTube endpoint. That's the endpoint, that is correct. And okay, what does get YouTube init data function do? Oh God. Somehow encodes the URL and sends the request where page.data page.data or split inner tube API key, inner tube context. What is inner tube? YouTube internal API. Interesting. Does this work out of the box? Does it require you to put in an API key? Seems like it does not. Yeah, let's see if it works or not. Let's install this as a dependency. So I'm going to do a pnpm add YouTube search API. And then I am going to import it at the top of my file. Of course, it has the worst types in the world and doesn't have an accompanying repo that has the types. Yep, it does not. So we ignore this for now. And what was the method again? It was called .get video details. So let's try to get the video details here. We have the ID. Given the ID, we can do a get video details. And let's see what response it gives us. I feel aaj nahi to kal, this will blow up in our heads, and someday this API will stop working. Seems like a very unofficial API. I could be wrong. Let's try to create a new entry here, and notice the thing that gets logged is a bunch of very big things. What is happening here? The hell? Oh, it does return me the right thing. It returns me an ID. It returns me a title. It returns me a few thumbnails. I don't know why that is. Super interesting. So what we need is the title, and what we need is the thumbnail dot thumbnails. Maybe stringified. All right, let's try that one more time. It's actually pretty good, surprisingly. Again, I feel this will break someday, blow up in our faces. This API will stop working one day, but for now, it returns me the title. Is that the title? Let's see. Yeah, that is indeed the title. It returns me a bunch of thumbnails. Let's open the first one. That's a small thumbnail. Let's open the last one. That's just a big thumbnail. I think for us, we need to store both a small thumbnail and a big thumbnail. So we'll probably, store the biggest one and one smaller than the biggest one in the database. So database changes again. We go to schema.prisma, and every stream along with a bunch of these things has a title and has an image URL, small image, and then big image. That's good enough. Let's again migrate the database. Let's add default values here. All right, migrate the database, add underscore video underscore metadata, and generate. And I think we're good to go. Now I'm going to find the biggest and the second biggest thumbnails. That is something I'm dreading to do. Like, that is something AI should take away from my job. It's just going to be a lot of mathematics, or what do you call it, DSA, figuring out the last two entries, the biggest and the second biggest entries over here. Oh god, should be in a separate function. So let me create a function here called get biggest, get top, get biggest, or maybe sort. Well, we can just sort it. It's easy as that. What we can do is we'll get the thumbnails. So const thumbnails equal to this thing. And what we can do is, sorry about that. We have the title, so that should be easy. And for the big thumbnail, thumbnails dot sort a comma b, a dot width is less than b dot width, question mark -1 else 1. If you don't understand this, TypeScript might have complicated this a bit for you. Just copy this line of code, paste it in JPD. It'll explain what this line does. It just sorts the thumbnails. What I don't know is this good enough? Does it happen in place or not? So let's try that really quickly. If I do, oh god, my new keyboard, let arr equal to 3, 1, 2, and do I add dot sort a comma b is less than b question mark -1 else 1. If I do this, it does sort it correctly, but is it sorted in place? It is. All right, so we're good to go. Cool. This is sorted. So what do we need? We need the last two thumbnails. You know, big. Did I forget to generate the client? Let's do that. Data over here does have a title, does have a small image, does have a big image. So big image and small image we have to put. Small image would be the big image will be the last image. So thumbnails of thumbnails.length -1. Or we should have a default, you know, image in case, let's say YouTube messes things up. And this should be if thumbnails.length is greater than 1, then it should be this. Else it should just be the last one. I mean, you don't know if YouTube gives you 5 thumbnails. If it just gives you 1, then both of these will be the same. That is why, you know, I've written this logic over here to ensure if it has more than 1 thumbnails, then pick the second last one, else pick the last one. And I think irrespective of that, we should fall back over here to, you know, an empty URL, and same thing here. And this empty URL can be, you know, a cat image for now. Let's say, you know, doesn't really matter. Copy image address. If you don't get something from YouTube, in the worst case you see a cat, and for the title also, you know, something catchy. Can't find video. All right, that looks decent. It's inside a try catch. So if this ever fails, if the YouTube API ever fails, which, you know, I think might happen, then, you know, an entry won't get added, which I guess is fine. But if it fails silently, by which I mean this doesn't fail, but you don't get any thumbnails or a title, you'll fall back to some default titles. Now, let's see, does that actually work? So let's go to Postman and try to post. I have to do a few things now. PNPM and dev, that's cool. Let's do a studio and see what the streams table looks like right now. It has 5 entries here. Let's delete all of them. Let's try one more time. Let's create an entry. It says error while adding a stream, and I don't see a stream entry here. What's the error? I wouldn't know until I log the error. So that's exactly what I'm going to do next. I need to log the error right here. Most probably I've done something wrong and it's not the YouTube API, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Go back to Postman, send the request, look at the logs here, and what does it say? It says invalid value provided, expected string provided object. .url. Is it small image .url? Yeah, sorry about that. Thumbnails of this thing I mean, the one thing you should do, it's fine, .url and .url. Let's try that one more time. If now I send it, added stream, this is the stream ID, and if I go here, you will notice this is the stream ID, name is YouTube, this is the URL, this is the extracted ID, this is the title, this is the small image. Looks decent. This is the big image. Looks decent. This is currently active, has 0 upvotes, and this is the user ID for which this specific stream is active. Let's try to upvote it. The way to upvote it was /stream/upvote, I think. Let's confirm if that is the case. It was /stream/upvote. What does it expect? It expects the stream ID as an input, but it is an authenticated endpoint, so I can't simply send a stream ID over here. I need to send some cookies along, which is why this won't work as such. Let me still try it and make sure it fails. And indeed it fails with the unauthenticated. So let's try to send this request from the front end. I think this will just work. And, you know, this isn't too complicated of a request that it will fail. Slowly we're getting there. We've been able to create the 3 endpoints. We've not tested all of these endpoints. This one's also done. This one can be tested. So if I send a get request here, let's see, /streams, if I send a get request, hopefully it should return me the one stream for this specific creator ID equal to, what is the creator ID? It is this thing right here. It should return a single entry for this creator ID, single stream. That looks decent. Cool. I think we've been able to do everything. I've also tested most of the endpoints. This part needs to be deferred. Let's build the WebSocket server later, if at all. I might just be doing long polling, if I'm being honest, just to make our lives a little bit easier. So let's see if we are going to get here or not. We are definitely going to get here, and let's try to create the front end, the landing page, the spaces pages, individual space page. This will also change a bit now, now that we don't have the concept of spaces. So, whatever, creator page and landing page and auth page. Auth page is fine. Creator page, is that it? Maybe a user facing page. These are the 3 pages that we needed. And then we're good to go. All right. Let's try to code the front end. Let's see if we can use help from our friends at 𝗏0 and if it can help us design our front end for the application. All right. I'll see you guys in the next section where we're coding the front end. All right, moment of truth. Let's see how 𝗏0.dev is doing these days. It's been a while since I've used it. What we want is a few pages. Let's kick things off with a landing page for a music streaming application where users can come, where creators can come and let their fans choose the music that plays on their stream. It lets you pick color palettes now, which is pretty cool. Let's pick like a midnight color palette. Let's see how that goes. All right, let's authenticate. All right, let's try that out. Maybe later. Let's copy this and let's try it over here. Seems like these guys now have a chat. Let's try out the same thing over here. If it's good, we'll upgrade and try and see if that's any better. But let's see how this is. I would assume this uses an LLM under the hood, like something like ChatGPT or the other one, Claude. I would assume this just uses Claude. It looks like it looks very similar to Claude, if I'm being honest, but we'll see. All right. Very plain, I must say. But okay, we will wait. Well, it's like pretty cool though. Like, I mean, it's pretty similar to what it was a few days ago, if I'm being honest. But let's see, we can chat to it now, so I know we can do a few things. Make it lesser. Too much content right now. Add some color. Oh boy. It's not too bad actually. that looks decent. But the color is a little too much. So one last iteration and we just call it. I don't think there's too much time spending, too much point spending, you know, our time on the landing page. But yeah, it does like take away, oh, where did it go? Take away a lot of your pain as a developer if you know you can delegate things like these. At least for MVP, I'm sure you know you need a designer at some point. But initially, this is pretty cool. Let your fans choose the beat. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Cool. Yeah, I don't hate this. Let's copy this over. How do I copy this? Oh, there you go. Code. I have to copy the component. I don't think this will work out of the box. I probably need to bring in 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. But let's kick things off by going to Visual Studio Code, going to the landing page that's at app/page.tsx. And right after the app bar, I'll paste the whole thing. Let's see. Oh, that does not work. We can just copy the whole thing here. Export default function landing page at the top. You know, let's move a few of these things over to the app bar. And make one of these things probably be the sign in and the sign out button. That looks decent. Copy the imports and paste them here. The only thing that's left is npm add lucid-react for the icons. And I need to initialize 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 inside the project. So 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 installation next initialize 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and add the right set of components. So add button and input. These are the two components we need to add, and hopefully as soon as I add them, these imports resolve, and indeed they do. This doesn't, probably because I need to add npm add types slash whatever this is pronounced react. It does not either, so yeah, I'll probably TS ignore it for now. I'm sure I'm missing something obvious, and you know this library does have types, but we will skip this and see if the landing page looks any better. So, oh wait, let me go back to the landing page and let me add again a TS ignore over here. And everything else looks decent. All right, let's go to localhost :3000. And you will notice that we have a simple, you know, page. Does not have a top bar right now. That is because I have not included an app bar here. Let me quickly do that. Yeah, that's messed up. Still messed up. Still messed up. All right, music, was it stream choice? All right, this looks weird. Let's replace this with what we had. What was the name of our application? I forgot again. Muser, there you go. All right, we have a logout button and it says Muser here, even though text dash large and font dash bold and flex call justify center and text dash white. And the whole app bar should probably have, p dash 20 is a little too much. px dash 20. Yeah, the logout button doesn't look great. Let me replace it with this get started button. Have similar styles, but yeah, that's fine. I was thinking of putting this in a component, but probably not needed. Where does this button come from? Cn. Oh, it's already here. And rather than having that button, we have this button. So just replace and font. All right, we have a logout button, user. Let's leave some padding on the top. Looks decent. UI should be improved. This is like very bad UI, but we will slowly do it. Logout button works as expected. Sign in button takes you here. When you click on sign in with Google, takes you to this page. You sign in, and you reach, or you should reach actually, the dashboard. So let's do this. Okay, if you are on the landing page and you are logged in, I cannot do that, can I? Let's define a component called redirect, where redirect is a client component. I'm avoiding making the landing page a client component completely, which is why I'm defining a separate client component called redirect, inside which, what do you think will happen? It'll basically check is the user logged in, and if the user is logged in, it'll redirect them to the dashboard. So export function redirect returns null, but does a check. Okay, if the user is logged in, so const session use session, if session dot data dot user, then router dot push slash dashboard, where router is use router that comes from next dash navigation. That looks decent. Now that the user is logged in, user is hopefully redirected to the dashboard page. Let's introduce the dashboard page, and then we'll go to our trusted friend v0 to generate the dashboard page as well. I'll call this page.tsx. All right, the dashboard needs to have, now comes the other complicated bit. Yeah, we probably need some sort of a distinction during sign up. The user needs to be able to select whether they are a creator or a normal user, because what should you see on your dashboard? And I guess you see your own stream. Yeah, I guess that's fine. You see your own stream. Yeah, that's fine. So what we'll do here is when the user logs in, here we design the dashboard. So the landing page, I need to create a new one. I have queue of upcoming videos based on the votes, and played. Let's see. What the fuck? That looks really bad. Queue should have the that doesn't look too bad. Thinking if there is something else I want to add. Probably not. I think this is decent. Let's copy over the code. This is in the dashboard. So the point is, Okay, first let's see how that looks, specifically the dashboard page. Currently it's completely empty because why does it break? No reason whatsoever. app/dashboard/page.tsx. I forgot to save it most probably. Uses a use state, and hence let's make it a client component. And it looks something like this. Thumbnails are incorrect, but that is fine because we'll be fetching them from a server very soon. Upvotes are a little messed up. That should be fine, fixable as well. And play video should actually play the next video, which is like, okay, it has a few logic to, you know, pop things off from here as well, which is not the worst thing in the world. What the hell? 8, why did it not go to the top? 9, 10, 11, and went to, I don't know. Little messed up logic, fixable thankfully. So let's do that. Let's kick things off by, what should the creators see on the dashboard? And the answer is, they should see something like this, but they should also see, let's see, add a share button so creator can share this page with their fans. Now playing should be right after, before upcoming songs. This thing should be above. For the creator, it will actually play. For the end users, it will not actually play. It will, you know, just show them the title. And this is the video that is currently playing. All right, we're getting there. I still hate the UI, if I'm being honest. The background is a little too weird. I like the background on here, so let's just try to copy it over. Don't use this as the BG color. Let's see if it tweaks the styles based on that. That looks right. The only thing is, how lazy have we become? Move the now playing. I guess it's fine. I don't know actually. Playing to the top. I don't know if I want to do that. It's fine. Cool. Copy the whole code again. Paste it here. And suddenly has a bunch of new libraries. So let's add them. npm add react-tos and we already had this. The only problem was had to ts ignore it, and let's see how it looks now. The dashboard looks something like alright, there you go. That's what the dashboard looks like. It's not too bad if the right images come here. So let's just hook this up to the backend and start to pull your own queue. So we need another endpoint now. The endpoint being API/streams/ my actually either is fine. I'm just trying to complicate this a little bit lesser, but this isn't the best approach. Function get again here I'm going to do something ugly, which is going to get the user details like this. I should probably put this in a function. I'm finding whether or not the details of this user and const session equal to get server session. That will get, well, as the name suggests, the server session. There's a to do here that should reduce a hop for you. Reduce a hop for you, by which I mean you don't have to do this database call if you store the user ID, which is something you should. What's the error here? User does not exist because I'm not awaiting. And if not user, then you simply return this. If user does exist, then you need to find the same thing, find all the streams for this user. So just use the logic here. It's for creating and this is for fetching. So basically this logic can be copy pasted here. Creator ID being user dot ID. All right, that looks decent. And that's the endpoint we will hit over here. So let's do that. Let's start to hook this up to the backend. What we have to do is go to dashboard/page.tsx, and maybe at the very top over here, I'm going to, well, since we're not introducing WebSockets, we actually might need an effect that'll keep calling this, refresh streams function every let's say refresh _interval_ms, which is every 10 seconds. It will keep refreshing the current list of users every 10 seconds. And then this refresh streams function, what does it need to do? It needs to send a request. So let me quickly do a pnpm add Axios and Axios. Let's see, it's done. So Axios, come on. Oh god, I have to import it manually. Axios dot get, since I'm on the dashboard page, I'm going to get /streams/my. Let's make this an async function. Const res equal to await this. Let's do a console.log res for now and see what that looks like. If I refresh, what do I see? I see a log that says nothing because Axios error, request failed with a 404. Why would the request fail with a 404? /streams/my get request, and I have slash API slash streams, my bad. Refresh. 500 internal server error. What's the error though? Slash API slash streams slash my default export in component. What did I miss? This should be route.ts and not page.tsx. There we go. If I refresh now, still some error. 𝗏403. Axios, maybe to probably just send with credentials true. Refresh. Still a 𝗏403. Axios NextAuth. Let's use fetch. All right, sorry folks, recording stopped in the middle. Let me catch you up to where I left off. Basically, I was facing some issues sending a backend request. I don't even remember how I fixed that. Let me remember. Oh yes, the way to fix that was, and surprising this came naturally to me this time because last time I spent a lot of time on this, is that NextAuth secret is an environment variable I had to include in .env and had to go to this NextAuth route.ts, include this secret over here. Basically, there was no default secret using which I was encoding and decoding JWTs. So I was logging in, but I was not able to decode that logged in JWT because I did not have a default secret. This line of code I added to have a secret that gets picked from this environment file over here, which is this thing right now. In production might be something else, and that fixed the login issue. I was able to log in and send backend requests. Now, if you look at the backend request, if I refresh, it sends a request to /my endpoint, and what does that return? That returns you everything and the upvotes on this thing as well. It also returns you the upvotes. This is something new I added. If you go to the backend route, you will notice I've changed this query a bit. I'm saying find all the streams for this user and include the count of all the upvotes. That is exactly what this slightly complicated query here does. It says include the count of all the upvotes for this specific stream, or the respective streams. And then I just clean up this object over here before sending it to the front end. The object here looks something like this. It has an underscore count variable which has upvotes, which is a number, slightly ugly to look at. So I just convert this into a simple upvotes key over here. And that is what the front end gets. Does it work or not? I don't know. I haven't yet hooked up sending a post request when you send a request here. So let's do that next and then we'll go from there. One more thing this needs to return is, it doesn't really matter here, but we should include upvotes where include all the upvotes, but we also need to include whether or not this user upvoted. So count of this, and also include an upvote where user ID is user.id. Basically, the user needs to know whether or not they have voted for this already. We need to return that to the front end. That is why, I'm saying include the upvotes where user ID is this. Now, I don't know if this nested query becomes too expensive. That is something I should check. I'm not right now, but I should check. All right. Now on the front end, let's hook up the post endpoint that lets the user upvote. Let's make sure when the user clicks on the upvote button, I repeat, when the user clicks on this upvote button right here, this handle vote function should send a backend request. Fetch /API/streams/ let's say upvote for now. With what data? It should send the stream ID. That's what is expected, right? Upvote expects a stream ID, which is nothing but the no, it's not the creator ID. It is the stream ID, which is basically this thing right here. How do you send data? Body JSON.stringify stream ID. All right. This should hopefully actually upvote it on the backend. Let's see if that happens. If I refresh, I see this. Let's see if the request goes out to actually upvote. It does fail. Let's see what does it fail with. Where is it? Let's try that one more time. Upvote. The hell? Refresh. Vote. Okay, seems like the request doesn't go out. Even before that, it fails. Why does it fail? Fail to fetch with get. Oh, I need to specify the method. I would assume that's what's causing issues here. Refresh, upvote, and pad request. Windows get email cannot have body. Indeed, you are right. This is a post request. Refresh, upvote, and this returns a 500 error because the server errors with. I'm not returning the right thing. Let's see. We send a post request to upvote. I don't return something here or here, which I should. All right, that's one, and I have to do the same thing, I would assume, in downvote. There you go. But the big thing is if I refresh, I do get one upvote over here. So seems like it is working. Let me go back here. Let me go to my, and what does it return? It returns me the number of upvotes are 1. It does not yet return me my upvote. Let's go back here. In route.ts, I included the count. I also included upvotes. Streams equal to, it should have upvotes, which is an array. Oh, I override it here. This should be upvotes, and this should be my vote, something like that. And what happened here? Oh, sorry. Upvotes is fine. Problem is this. Okay, let's replace this with upvote count, I guess. And my upvote would be, or maybe something like have upvoted. That will be if rest dot upvotes dot length, then true, else false. All right, this is whether or not I have upvoted. This is the total upvote count. So I can just let this be upvotes again. And have upvoted is another field that I added. Now if I refresh, does have upvoted return the right thing? It does return the right thing. If I have upvoted, then this should be a caret that's downwards facing. You get the idea. I should be able to downvote it. So let me do that. Let me go to the front end and change the type of what you see over here. And along with everything that we see, we have another field called, what's it called? Yeah, it's called have upvoted, which is a Boolean. And you know, the thumbs up icon, wherever that is, needs to be a thumbs down icon, or maybe we can choose better icons here if the user has already upvoted. So if video dot have upvoted, then it won't be a thumbs up icon, it will be a thumbs down icon. Down. And here when you're sending handle vote, it should send is upvote, which is video dot have upvoted. If I've already upvoted, then this will be false, else it will be true. And if it is an upvote, then you send a request to slash upvote, else you send a request to slash downvote. So there you go. That looks right. Upvote. And my upvote, was it? Have upvoted would be just, I would say, not of video dot have upvoted. There you go. Cool. Let's see if that works. If I refresh, you will see it shows me a down icon. If I click on it, it shows me an up icon. The count did not change. It's not going down. It should go down. Let's see. Else it will be -1. There you go. Refresh. One count is there. If I click on it, 0. If I click on it, 1. Click on it, 0. Click on it, 1. Click on it, 0. Refresh. Remains 0. Click on it, 1. Refresh. Remains 1. 0. Refresh. Remains 0. That looks good. The thumbs up, thumbs down don't look good. So let me quickly replace them with, you know, an arrow up and an arrow down. Question is, where can I see all the icons? So arrow. This one looks good. Chevron up and chevron down. That's what we needed. Let's see. Chevron up. So chevron up. And the same thing with down. Let's replace thumbs down with chevron down, and let's replace thumbs up with chevron up. Let's refresh, and it shows me an upvote. If I upvote, it shows me a downvote. If I upvote, it shows me. There we go. Oh, yeah, that looks decent. That looks great. Cool. I mean, it doesn't look great, but you know, it's a start. Paste YouTube link here. Let's try that. Let's try pasting another YouTube link of a Fireship video. Nice. It shows a preview as well, which I don't know if that works as expected at the moment. But add to queue. What should this guy do? I should send a fetch request method post to slash API slash streams. And where are we adding this? We're adding this JSON.stringify. Let's see. Upvote, downvote. We're looking at this guy right here. The post request will take creator ID and URL as an input. So here I need to add a creator ID, which is here comes the tricky bit. Oh god, We'll anyways need this, so it's fine. We'll figure this out. And this URL is just going to be, you know, hopefully there's a state variable here called input link. So it'll be this. Is this being updated correctly? Seems like it is. And input link, and probably should just show the embed. Rather than showing this, rather than showing video preview here, it should just show the embed. So YouTube embed npm. All right, that looks decent. Why does it require the ID? Why does it not just take the video, bro? Let's see. Yeah, what I can do is we had a function in the backend, new regex. Where was that? That was again in stream/route.ts. So let's just export this from here. And maybe input link and make sure the regex is fine. So input link dot match the regex. And then, you know, the ID would be nothing but same thing that's done over here. That will be something like this. Cool. Why are you sad? Title is missing. All right. Title, let it be empty for now. Cool. Let's refresh this. And let's pick a random YouTube video. And there is a problem that wherever we had exported the regex, which is this file right here, imports Prisma, that gets imported on the front end. We don't want that. So let's move this to, you know, some lib/utils. Oh, the worst word for it, but I will still use it. lib/utils.ts. Let's export this from here. Let's import this everywhere. So over here also we will import it, and back in the page also we are going to import it now from the right place. Refresh, paste YouTube. Okay, that does not look like a valid YouTube link, but if I go back to this video and paste it, as you can see, it shows me the preview. If I remove it, it goes away. If I put it, shows me the preview. That looks pretty good. Click on add to queue. Now add to queue needs to send a request to the backend also. So what I need to do is page.tsx. It does a bunch of things when I click on add to queue. One of them being creating this thing. I need the title here. So I need to somehow extract the title then. Or we can do something. What we can do is okay, what all do we need to begin with? We need all of this. ID, which can be UUID. Type would be YouTube. URL would be input val. The hell. Extracted ID would be right, there's a lot of things. Needs the image as well. Yeah, let's return all of this from the backend. So let's send a backend request that returns this, and then we go from there. So e.prevent default res equal to await fetch / API / streams / body JSON or stringify. Here we will say, what all do you need when you're creating a stream? We need a creator ID and a URL. Creator ID and a URL. So URL is straightforward. It will be the input link, but the creator ID is a little up in the air at the moment. Let me just hard code it to the single creator that we had, and then we'll fix it later on. We have this. We set the queue now to be the existing queue and this response added on top. .json awaited, and you need to make sure this guy's returning you the same thing. So if I go back to route.tsx, we need to make sure the data that it returns has pretty much all of these things. So basically, yes, it will have everything from here and has upvoted false and upvotes 0. All right, and we also need this. Cool. Let's see if this works. So we only have one. Wait, where did that one item go? Console unexpected token invalid JSON 500 server error. What did I do? All right, I don't know what I broke or like why this broke, but the way to fix that was just regenerating the Prisma client by running npx prisma generate, and now whatever that error was, which was somehow related to the generated client, went away. Let's see if this works or not. The changes that I added were, I am now sending a request to, let's see, in page.tsx, whenever I click on the button, I send a request to handle submit a request over here, and then whatever response I get back, I add it to the queue, which hopefully does what it's supposed to. So let's open a YouTube video again. And let's try to paste it here. Let's click on add to queue. And of course, again, there's an error. And this time the error is error. Okay, that looks right. Error while adding a stream. Why? Let's look at the console. Foreign key constraint failed on this key. Stream ID, user ID, foreign key. Okay, that makes sense. The user ID that I'm sending is probably incorrect. npx, sorry, what am I doing here? Studio, what is this user's ID? This user's ID is 3 something something. Creator ID is this. Input ID is that. Why did the uniqueness constraint fail again? Let's try that one more time. Oh, it said uniqueness constraint failed. Add to queue. Foreign key constraint, right? Stream user ID foreign key. Okay, let's see. Creator ID is what goes in and what is happening in the route. Maybe some of you already see the error. API/streams/route.ts. When we store it in the database, user ID is data.creator ID. That looks right. Why does it say foreign key stream user ID foreign key? That looks right. What is data.creator ID? Let's log that. The hell? Data.creator ID is creator ID? What is data? Data is creator ID. Even though I'm sending, okay, this is the wrong place. Where is this creator ID? Yeah, this needs to be handle submit, my friend. That's my bad. All right. Oh, oopsie daisy, what happened here? When you click on add to queue, handle submit gets called, which hard codes this creator ID for now. Now, if I add to queue, fails with a 411 error while adding stream. And what's the error this time? The error this time is field. Why does it look the same? Probably need to refresh. Paste it, click on add to Chrome. Still the same error, huh? No error this time. Nothing in the network tab when I click here. Why? On click handle submit, control reaches here. /API/streams. That looks right. What is happening? Alert hi came. A request tried to go out, but nothing happened. Anything in the console? Oh, okay, never mind. Fairly simple issue here. Hope you were able to get it before me. I don't use fetch as much, which is why the slowness. Yeah, AI is going to replace all of us. This is like too slow for a human being, I think. Add to queue. And now if you look at the network tab, this succeeded. And if you look at it, the second video came over here. If I try that one more time, third video came over here, so on and so forth. So what you can do is you can add a loader really quickly. Const loading, set loading equal to use state false, and then when the user sends a request to create a new stream, which happens over here, you set loading to true, and by the end of it you set loading to false, and you only show the embed if it is not loading, and you disable the button if it is loading which button, the button called add to queue disabled equal to loading, and if loading, then it will be called loading, else it will be called add to queue. Alrighty, let's get another YouTube link here. Click on add to queue and it is added. There you go. Cool. Upvote, refresh, upvote, refresh. All of them are upvoted. Downvote a few of them. Downvote this guy right here. Upvote this guy. Upvote this guy. And it went up. This guy went down. Perfect. This looks great. If two of them have the same upvotes, we need to figure something else out to sort them. But that's fine. So what's left to do now is whenever the user plays a video, it should get deleted whenever it reaches the end of it. So that should be easy enough. And we need to create the client page as well. Whenever you click on this share button, it should get copied. Let's see, navigator.write text shareable link, which shouldn't be this. It should be window.location yeah, as much as I would love to do this myself, this I want AI to help me with. Shareable link is current URL plus slash creator slash some ID, let's say. Alrighty, I will take that and I will turn it off. And let me, for now, hard code the creator ID here. I will fix that very soon. But const creator ID equal to this thing right here. So let me replace this here. And I'm going to use this creator ID various places now, here as well as here. Let's see if the shareable link looks fine now. Slash dashboard slash creator slash this thing. So yeah, slash dashboard slash creator nahi hona chahiye. That is why I wanted you to work. AI, why are you so dumb? Enable again. Dot. Come on, you know what to do. It'll probably be host name. Yeah, it didn't help me out though. Refresh, share. That looks right. Screw you, AI. That looks decent. Cool. Now we need to create a handler for that page, which was slash creator ID. So creator slash creator ID slash page.tsx. Question is, how can you extract the creator ID here? I have no idea. Const create. It's somewhere in these parameters, I can tell you that. Params creator ID? I think so. Let's see. Return div creator ID. If I go to localhost 3000 slash creator slash 123, I see 123 here. So we got the right thing. I think we need to create a more generic component rather than, shoving everything inside that page.tsx. So right now, dashboard slash page.tsx has this whole thing. I think all of this needs to be copied out into a component that can be reused. So let's call it the stream view component. Paste the whole thing and just export stream view. It will take the creator ID as an input, and now here comes the tricky bit. Yeah, I guess that's fine. You don't need the my endpoint anymore. You can simply send a request to /API/streams a get request. Let's go back there. I don't think I've updated that endpoint. I updated the /API/streams/my endpoint to return this fancy thing. But did I update the /API/streams ka get endpoint to do the same? I did not. So shall we do that? Basically all of this should go here, and this should just be the creator ID, and you don't need the my endpoint anymore. If not creator ID, then return cool. I think I can get rid of this my endpoint. Yeah, I don't think this is needed anymore. Yeah, it's not needed anymore. Let's get rid of this. We have no version control. So if I get rid of this, it goes away forever. This is very scary, and hence I won't do it. But I don't think I need this anymore. The my endpoint, I can simply send a request to /stream ? Creator ID equal to whatever creator ID comes as an input here, and everything else can be the same unless I'm missing something here. No, I think everything else can be the same. There is a play next function, surprisingly. Interesting. When is this called? Okay, right now it's called when you click on a button, but we'll fix that. All right, we're getting there. Stream view needs to go where? Needs to go in the dashboard now. Okay, bhai, the dashboard /page.tsx doesn't need to do something this fancy. All of this logic has been moved to a central place. So all that this guy needs to do is this thing right here. Return stream view creator ID equal to creator ID, and for the other guy, which is creator/creator ID.tsx, this guy also needs to do something like this. Alrighty, that looks decent. If I refresh, this returns nothing because there's nothing over here. But if I go to my dashboard, I see these three. If I click on this shareable link and share it with a friend of mine, of course it doesn't work. But now it does. So my friend can come here and now, help whatever upvote on one of these videos. Let's try that. Let's go to a different browser and go here and sign in with a different email and try to upvote. So if I upvote, wait, why is yeah, it's not good. Upvotes aren't working. Upvote up. Why is this not reloading? I thought we had a refetch somewhere. In stream view, we are not refetching. Let's change that to refetch. Okay, I'm so confused myself right now. 1110, and if I go to this browser, upvote to 2. Okay, upvote to 2. That looks right. Upvote to 2. Downvote, downvote, downvote. They're all 0. Downvote, downvote. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, this is what I see right now. All zeros. This is what I see right now. All zeros. Now this person is going to increase it. This person sees 1, but it also sees an upvote. It should see a downvote. The other person, this looks wrong. Has upvoted is not true for this guy, even though it should be. Network tab, refresh. For the very first stream, why is has upvoted false? Oh, I think I know why. Yeah. Creator ID is this, that is fine, but also, yeah, that's why this is where the other route that I did not get rid of will come a little bit handy. And this user.id is what we need to use, where here. All right, that's good. Yeah, basically I need to find all the streams for this creator, that is right, but I want to find my own upvotes, right? Not that creator's upvotes. So that was the problem. If I refresh now, I see I have voted for this. That's why the downvote button here. And for the other guy, I see an upvote button because, I haven't yet upvoted on this guy. I can upvote, and then it's good. It's not sorted correctly. We'll fix that. But if I downvote now, it goes down to 1. If I downvote this guy, then it goes down to 0. Perfect. Sorting works. One thing you probably need to do is animate as they go up and down. But V2 doesn't have to be a V1. Maybe, better UI. List on the left, adding links on the right would be nice. Now playing is something we can figure out, if I'm being honest. So what are we doing next? We are figuring out the sorting. Go back to stream view and make sure whenever you refresh streams, you get back something, you sort them. A dot up votes is less than B dot up votes question mark -1 else 1. And sorry, it's very late, guys. We use any now. It's 6 a.m. All right, that looks decent. Yeah, it's like too cluttered. I don't, most of the people would just be staring at this. This should be something on the right. So, let's just divide this into 2 parts. Especially if, you're not on a mobile device. And if you're on a mobile device, that's fine. Otherwise, this should be divided into 2 parts. This thing comes on the right, this thing comes on the left. So let's do that. And of course, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask my very good friend called ChatGPT to do it. Okay, let's do it ourselves. What we want to do is, after the app bar, these 2 come on the right maybe, and this comes on the left. So something like grids in Tailwind. Div class name equal to grid, and then grid calls to but md grid calls -2, and then here it will be 1, and then the first child will have these 2 things, let's say card content and this thing here as well. That will be the first child, and the second child will have the rest of the things. So from here to here, /div, and then I think another /div, and then we're good to go. That looks right, at least to me. Let's refresh. Does not look right. Does not look right at all. Firstly, let's fix the indentation a bit. That looks decent. So app bar, and then there's this div which ends here. That looks right. Actually doesn't look right. There is this div right here. Div. Oh, there you go. All of this will be one level ahead. So will everything else here be? That is why. There you go. All right, cool. Question is, have I done something wrong when it comes to 1 by default and above MD? There should be 2 columns. So why is that wrong? And then there's this first child, and there's the second child, which have upcoming songs. Why does upcoming songs not come on the right? Okay, let's do this. Did not change anything. Grid goals 4. And what do we have? Grid goals 4. Sorry, let's say 2. Goals is the number of columns. Fine, we have the app bar. App bar looks good. We have a div. Okay, let's do this. Flex. The hell. तो ये चीज़ तो पक्की है. After MD2 before MD1, and first div goes from here to here, but is that right? No, it isn't. Okay, I get the problem. And oh, see daisy. Yeah. Second div starts here, and probably don't need one of these. All right, there we go. Okay, that took a long time. Let's take this child below, move our guy to the top, so that we have the upcoming song on the left, this guy on the right. Yeah, ugly is like a understatement of how this looks. So I'm trying to just make it look less ugly. I would say this should only have a max w-screen-xl and div class name equal to flex justify center and then the whole thing, and then a slash div over here. Yeah, it looks decent. Maybe, just maybe this should take less width, this should take more width. So, you know, yeah, it should be slightly lesser in width. So, you know, let's make this 4 and then this be class name equal to grid dash span call dash span slash 3. See how that looks? Yeah, that looks okay only. I wouldn't say that looks great. The other side became really small. So let's just make this, you know, maybe 5, and then let's see. Let's make this 5, but let's make the other one go through 2 columns. Col dash span dash 3, col dash span dash 2. All right, decent. Yeah, that sort of works. Pretty close to what we need. Yeah, sort of perfect, if I'm being honest. Cool. So what we're going to do now is test this out. Let's open another random YouTube video. Paste it, click on add to queue, and it adds it. Now playing should show the now playing thing. For the dashboard, it should actually play it. Over here, it should just show the title of the now playing thing, which, if I'm being honest, is just going to be the first item here. So pick the first. No, actually, that's not enough. You know, you can't just pick the first item because, you know, upvotes might keep on changing. So you need this entry in the database, which is the current item, which is like not too difficult to do. So let's do that. Let's quickly update the schema. We're very close, almost there, guys. So, you know, what we're going to create is a new model called current stream, which will represent the current stream for a user. So don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. It'll have a stream ID. It'll have a user ID, which will, you know, which can actually be a primary key string at ID. And yeah, I'm thinking, should we do something really dumb? Probably shouldn't. This is fine. Yeah, it's fine. User ID and then current stream or stream ID, which will be an optional string. You know, the user might have no currently active running videos. Or should we just always keep playing the last video? Probably not. This is good. Stream ID is this, and then there's a foreign key. So stream, which is of type stream, which is a relationship from the fields stream ID, which references the ID up there, and every stream may be part of current stream. Optionally though. At least one of those optional. हाँ तो रिलेशनशिप को कर देंगे जी ऑप्शनल, कोई इशू नहीं है. one-to-one relationship must use unique fields on the. I agree. This should be unique. There we go. We have a new model called current stream, and here we will store the current stream that is running for this user, which could be whatever, could be could be the last popped stream basically for that user. So let's migrate the database. Let's generate the new. Let's call this added current stream. Let's generate the client. And what do we have to do next? We need to expose a new endpoint. So, slowly I'm adding more things to the set of things we had to do. We have created the front end. But now we have to add a few more things. I don't think we're doing the WebSocket logic. We'll just long poll. The next thing we have to do is expose an endpoint that the creator hits to change the currently active audio. That looks right. Cool. So the way to do that is expose an endpoint called next, maybe API/stream/ let's call it next, which basically means play the next audio now, route.ts. Cost session. Again, we're going to do something fairly dumb here, which is hit the database to get the user details, rather than storing them in the cookie. And all of these to-dos we can probably pick them up at the end and clean all of them up. All right, we have this. What else do we need? We need to now find the most upvoted stream. So const most upvoted stream equal to Prisma client dot stream dot find first, where user ID is session dot user dot ID, or let's say that doesn't exist, so user dot ID. Order by upvotes the count of upvotes. Order by upvotes. Where is it? Underscore count. There you go. That's exactly what we need. And sort order is going to be ascending, ascending, descending. Find first that has this thing, and await, basically set the, do two things after, await new promise, delete the most avoided stream, and add change the current stream. So Prisma client dot current stream dot create or update is what we want. So upsert is what we want, where user ID is user.id. Upsert in Prisma is something I always get confused with. Where update create. All right, that's right. Where update would be, you know, the stream ID. Most uploaded stream.id. And create would be user ID, user.id, and stream ID, most upvoted stream.id. All right, let's see if that works. Still a lot of red squigglies all around. Await new promise. Okay, that's wrong. Await promise dot all of an array that has this as the first item, and the second item is going to be just purge it, right? So delete it from the actives or whatever, streams dot delete where stream ID is this thing. That looks decent. Cool, and this will be stream ID. Looks pretty decent. What we have done is return next response.json stream most upvoted stream. There you go. Cool. That should return you the most upvoted stream, or the next most upvoted stream, I guess, which is exactly what you need on the front end. And if there's something else we need, there's one more thing we need, which is whenever you're getting or fetching, you need to fetch the most uploaded stream as well, or the current stream as well. Sorry. Basically, whenever you're on the front end, if you remember, on the front end we also saw something on the right. If I could show you quickly, this thing on the right. Whenever someone comes and pastes a link and clicks on add to queue, everyone needs to see now playing. The admin actually needs to play. Everyone else needs to see this over here, which is why you need to make sure the current active stream also gets returned in the response that gives you everything. So let's quickly in the streams response only, which was streams/route.ts, this generic function that we had created. Let's not just get the stream, but also get, again, I'm sending two DB calls together to just minimize. We can also, send them as a batch request. I'm just lazy right now. Yeah, this is not great code that I'm writing here. Stream, comma, I would call it active stream is equal to this thing and dot active. Oh, shoot. This is a post request. Never mind. Yeah, you can tell I'm sleepy. The get request, which is this guy right here, needs to get the streams and also needs to get Prisma client dot active stream. What's it called? Current stream dot find first where user ID is creator ID. There you go. And what we're returning here is streams and active stream. . and this guy needs to return streams as well as the active stream. What is the type of active stream here? Is await promise.all, which basically means, you know, await both the promises. And now what is the type of this guy? It is user ID stream ID, does not have anything else. So I need to include streamed. All right. Now what is active stream? It has something called stream, which has, you know, the thumbnail as well as the title, which is good enough for one guy, and the URL, which is good enough for the main creator. So perfect. I think we have everything. Let's render that correctly on the front end now. Let's go to stream view. Let's have that take an input, which is going to be play video, which will be false by default. And in the dashboard view, this will be true. So if I search for this through the code base, in the dashboard, it will be true. Here it will be false. So create a, what was the field called? Play video. But in the dashboard, it will be true. And that looks decent. And what needs to happen based on this variable right here? Basically, whenever these get rendered, so the now playing section will either render an image or the main video based on if that variable is set to true. But before that, current video, where do you come from, sir? Doesn't matter where you come from. Hold on. What did the router return now? It returns streams, which is this an active streams. So this guy sets this to be streams. Will also set current video to be active stream. And what needs to happen next is, yeah, I think it's fine. No video playing, and play next button should not appear for some of these people specifically. Only if play video is true should you see this button, and you know, what should this button do? This should just play, call the, yeah, don't do this, that is fine, this is perfect. It should also send a backend request first, Axios or whatever, fetch /stream /API /stream /next method post and body JSON dot stringify What does it expect? It's a GET request, interestingly, and doesn't expect anything, as you would expect. GET. Yeah, it's good enough. Const act or whatever. This thing, const data equal to await fetch, const JSON equal to await data.json. And JSON dot stream. Set current video will be JSON dot stream. You don't know, the backend might return you something else. So you know, this will be this. Set current video to be JSON dot stream, and set queue. Don't worry about that. This is good enough. Alrighty, moment of truth. I think we have made some progress. PNPM dev. go to the creator page that the users would go to the dashboard page. Dashboard looks something like this. It says no video playing, has a play next button for me. This guy does not have a play next button. Maybe one more thing I should just finish really quickly is you should actually play the video if play video is set to true. So no video playing. For this guy, I need to make sure I should render an image. Specifically, the image would be current video dot let's say big image, and current video title. That's fine, but you should only do this if play video. Then you should do this. Actually, else you should do this. In this case, you should do something else. Current video question mark. Play video should actually play the video. So this should be, whatever that YouTube embed thingy with an autoplay. Something like YouTube embed. Is there an autoplay? ID equal to ID, extracted ID. There is no autoplay. It's not good. Let's see. Just put question mark autoplay equal to 1. Interesting. Let's just do this. Rather than having the light YouTube embed here, let's have this. All right, moment of truth. If play video, you do this, else you show the image. And if the current video is not there, you say no video playing. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's try this out. Localhost /3000/dashboard and copy the link and paste it here. Of course, it's broken. Cool. Let's go here and right now at least manually click on play next. That did nothing. Let's see if the backend threw an error. It did not. The play next button did nothing, even though I think we're sending a request to the backend here. Play next. Backend request failed. Does not exist. API stream next. What is it called? It's called API streams next. So /streams/next. It'll be this, and that's it. Maybe add a loader here as well, shall we? Play next loader. Play next loader. Set play next loader equal to, you state this, and /next se pehle we will set this to true. Maybe put it inside a try catch. After which you set it to false. So and whenever this is set to true is when you know you have to show loader instead of saying play next. So it will say play next. Loading play next, and the button needs to be disabled. Cool. Let's see. Try that one more time. Play next. Loading and error thrown. What does the error say this time? The error says a 500. That's a better error. Let's go back here. Some foreign key constraint, of course. Failed on field upvote. Failed on field upvote. That looks weird. I said play next. /next returns a 500 because upvote पे foreign key issue आता है. Why is that? What is next doing here? Is it touching upvotes as well? Okay, very weird things are happening. This does nothing. I guess that was just a front. No. What is getting returned by streams response? Active stream has something. Active stream.stream dot something है. That you know stream कर दो यार एक बार. When you're setting that, do it. Set active stream. Stream view. Set current video needs to be this thing. Active stream dot stream. Refresh. All right, this looks decent. This is the currently playing video. This looks decent, or at least I thought it would. Inspect. What's the iframe URL? It is this thing right here. Oh, what the hell? Oh, dot ID ki jagah dot extracted ID it will be. Refresh, and we see the right video over here.
Your parents like him? Your parents like him? Racial. You've never met?
It does autoplay as well. That's perfect. It's not full width. Why is that? Width. Cool. That's decent. This is now playing, and if you ever want to add something, you can add that. You see these. If I click on play next, the backend keeps failing. Foreign key constraint failed on this key. Doesn't tell me where exactly though. Upvote stream ID foreign key on the next endpoint. So on the next endpoint, which is this guy right here, foreign key constraint failed. Where though? Most probably here, I would assume. I don't see any other place where the foreign key constraint could fail. Let's put some logs. Console.log. Before first call. After first call. Let's see if you click on next. Delete invocation. I get it. Delete cascade Prisma. Okay, I get what the issue is finally. Good. Cascade on delete cascade. There you go. I need to go schema.prisma. Whenever I delete a stream, then the upvotes for that stream. So this thing right here should cascade. Whenever a stream is deleted, the upvote for it should be deleted. Let's try that now. So migrate, add underscore cascade, The reason this happens is because we're deleting data from a database, which you shouldn't usually, but it's fine. It also tells you the benefits of transactions. We were able to add something here, but weren't able to delete it from here. All right, let's see. Still the same thing. Absurd invocation failed this time. Foreign key constraint on this thing. Okay, this time absurd failed. Something different. Stream ID is most upvoted ID dot stream ID. So update will get called with this thing right here. What is this? Console. Dot log this thing. Okay, things are getting deleted. Nice. Play next.
Your parents like him? Racial.
Oh, it just worked.
You've never met?
Okay, it just worked. And after a while, this went away. But where did this go? Play next. This came over here. This went from here. Why is this refreshing? Let's see. Okay, I think I know. Refresh streams, maybe set it to the right thing. That's fine. Basically need to check if silent toggle. That's fine. Set current video if video dot id equal to id and return video, else to return this thing. All right, that's one. And two is whenever you click on handle next or play next, you do set this. That's fine. All right, let's try that out one more time. Refresh. No video playing. Why is no video playing right now? Pretty sure there should be an active stream at the moment. Refresh. Network stream for this creator ID returns you all the streams, and the active stream has stream ID set to null. Active stream where user ID equal to creator ID. That looks right. If you're telling me current stream doesn't exist, let's see. You're telling me current streams does exist, but its value is set to null. Why? Next, you delete and you upsert and you update this to be most upvoted stream. Is that the right thing though? Play next. What gets logged?
Your parents like him? Racial.
Okay, this gets logged, and this .id is something legit. So why is the upsert not working? Where user ID, update the stream ID to be most upvoted stream .id, which is this thing right here. Why did the current stream not get upserted? Why did the current stream not get upserted? Where user.id, update stream ID. Upsert, update, create stream input. Okay, it's either this or what's the other one? Upsert may update user ID and stream ID. Don't think it'll change anything. But still trying it out. I hope you understand the problem. Unique constraints fade on the current stream ID foreign key. Am I deleting? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm creating a stream and deleting it as well. So the foreign key constraint fails. This doesn't need to be this guy. I don't, oh, well, it needs to be that guy. Fuck. Yeah, you can't delete something you have a foreign key to. That's so obvious. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. Update this to be set to, you know, whatever, done equal to true. True, sorry, update 1 where this thing set, or you know, how do you update again? Data. So data done set to true, or you know, played set to true, played timestamp set to new date. All right. Yeah, that's fine. And when you're finding the next thing, make sure where user ID is something and already played is false. And the same thing over in here. Okay, you're fetching everything where user ID is creator ID and played is false. And what you can do now is add to the stream schema a new field called played, which is a boolean, which is by default false. And played timestamp let's just call it played TS, which is nothing but date, maybe even created at, which is date, and defaults to now. Date time. So we have when this specific stream was created. This is for more of, you know, yeah, I don't think this is needed. I say this is the one that will be needed eventually. Okay, you know, if a video has been played recently, you make sure it cannot be re-added to the queue, something like that. All right, migrate dev added underscore played underscore field and migrate, and then generate, and now npm dev. All right, upcoming songs needs to show something prettier, something like no more songs, or something like that. Let's do that before we forget. Upcoming songs, just like there's a no video playing, something very similar on the left. If the length of that thing is null, queue dot length equal to 0, and you have this p that says in queue. No videos in queue. That looks right, but doesn't look like this guy. So how can you make it look like this guy? By putting it inside a card. There you go, decentish. I think the max width needs to be replaced with min width as well. So you know, min dash w-screen-xl and w-full. Oh God. It's very cramped. Where is the grid? It's right here. W-screen. All right, that looks decent. Cool. It looks something like this. And you can come and paste a few YouTube songs. So let's just find a nice. This one looks decent. Okay, we need to filter out the timestamps, else it won't work. Remember to do that. Filter out the timestamps, add to queue, and add another one to queue. Same guy. Third one to queue. Full messed up. This is refresh. No videos in queue. All right. Network tab. What are we missing? Error while adding a stream. And the error is that played timestamp is missing. Needs to be optional. Alrighty. Try that one more time. Paste. Paste it, add to queue, looks decent. Paste it, add to queue, looks decent. Why does it take so long? I'm using a local database. Oh, the query to YouTube probably takes long. Makes sense. All right, we have 5 of these. I should have probably picked a different video. So let me do that next. Let me pick a different video. Say this one right here. Haha. Video paste. Video paste. All right, we have a few videos now in the queue. Let's upload this one to be the first one, this one to be the second one, then this one to be the third one. Oh, yeah, I should have some timestamp based upvoting as well. That's fine. There you go. Play next. What's the first one that gets played? It is some roasting video from here. Let's wait for some time for it to, get pulled out from here. All right, play next. That does nothing. Play next. Does nothing. Okay, it's broken. The endpoint is broken because it says play timestamp unknown argument. Available options are marked with question. Oh, it's sorry about that. I forgot to save the file or what. I did forget to save the file. Save this, and played true is giving me errors. Why? It shouldn't, but let's see. We have 2 videos here on the stack. Click on play next. And did the next endpoint return or something? I have done that. Happened too quickly. All right. Next. Okay, it plays the next video. Next. Doesn't refresh it here. That should be not too difficult to add. Play next function, and whenever you get back some data, set current video to this, and AI would be super helpful here, but x dot id equal to json dot stream dot id. All right, refresh. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 videos here. Click on, maybe upload this guy first. Now this should be the next played video. Click on play next. Oh, not equal to, my bad. Refresh. Let's add this guy back. So here, add to queue. And again, add to queue. Cool. So upload this guy and play next. Looks good. Upload this guy and play next. Looks good. Upload this guy and play next. I get him. Play next. All right. Cool. So this works if you're playing next, you know, if you're clicking this button. Now we need to make sure when it ends, you know, we call the play next function. How do you do that? On an iframe, you probably can't do that. Shoot. YouTube embed npm. There's this guy, there's this guy, there's this guy. There are a few of them. Do any of them have an on-ended function? YouTube ID equal to this thing. Aspect ratio, this thing. None of them have an on-ended. Let's see. That's not good. Video ID is something. Play label. It has a seek to. Okay. Maybe what we can do is. Yeah, we might have to write some ad hoc logic here to do something like. Let's see. Document dot query selector iframe dot children dot query selector video. This is the iframe which inside has a document. Can you get its document? Yeah, I don't know if that's possible. Security issues. I don't know. We'll see. HTML body class equal to this thing. So let's see. Can you do this at all? I don't think you can do that. Query selector. Yeah, you can't do that. How can I get amongst all of these? Okay, how did this guy do it? YouTube render this thing. Suggestions false. Controls show info. Width, height, size. All right, what is that? Player underscore API. Interesting. Interesting. That is not. What does this do? It's like not a lot of. Oh, actually, there is a lot of code here. Cool, we can do that. Let's use these guys. So we have to add this. Going to do something very ugly again. Oh, I don't even know how to do that in Next. Thinking, contemplating. State change. There you go. this would work. This looks decent. This is 2 years old and a lot of downloads. That should do it. Let's install this. So yarn add this thing. Player equal to new YouTube player. No React bindings. Nope. Which is fine. Yeah. Let's see if they have any examples. I mean, they do. Let's look at the examples is what I meant. Playing a video. They don't have React bindings. I don't know why. Yeah, what is this player? That is okay. Cool. Cool. That should not be too difficult. I hate this. Rather than having an iframe here. Okay, here's the problem. The problem is everything is working fine, but you know, whenever a video ends, we want the next video to play. We want this button to get clicked automatically, basically, whenever control reaches here. Question is, since this is inside an iframe, we can't just do that. So we will need to use a different way for the same thing to happen. We need a different way for us to basically an event to trigger when this reaches the end. And when that happens, you know, for us to just call this function again so that the next video gets picked from here, reaches over here. All right, that's a high level of what we need, and that shouldn't be too difficult. I think. Let me just clean this up, take a breather, and decide. Most probably this is the library that we'll be using. Go from there. I need to grab some coffee. All right, see you soon. Alrighty, let's finish it off, guys. The YouTube player, I hope you understand the problem. Okay, you know, when the video ends, we want the next one to get pulled and automatically start playing, for which we need an event that gets triggered. Seems like there is a YouTube library that lets you do it, which is what this guy uses. So let's install and test this and play around with it a little bit. I'm sure, you know, we can figure out how to make it work. pnpm install, that is fine. YouTube-player, then import YouTube player to the top. So this component has become too big, which is not great, but we can come back to it. Of course, this doesn't have any types. And how do you use it? Okie dokie. This is the event that we're worried about. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the we're going to add a effect that listens to the current active stream. What is it called again? The current video. And anytime this changes, what are we going to do? We're going to initialize a new player. And we are going to load current player dot YouTube ID, or what I would call the extracted ID over here. Play the video, and no need to pause it. Anytime the state changes, let's log event.data and let's see what comes up. The only other thing is, okay, this needs to load on a ref, most probably, or let's call it video player ref, which use ref And we should probably add the ref here as well. Dot current, if not then early return. And lastly, set the video ref instead of the iframes. Rather than using an iframe over here, I'm going to do we need a video? Do we need a div? Probably need a div. Div ref equal to video player ref. Let's seriously comment this out. That should be fixable. Alright, let's see if that works. If I go here and refresh, nothing in the queue right now, so let's push a few things here. Add to queue. Refresh. The hell? Okay, I tampered the database, it seems. Let's see. Unknown argument played. Available options are marked with question mark. Why is this unknown? Let's see. Schema.prisma does have a field called played. I have migrated the database. I have generated the client. Why does it still say played false is not present on stream, even though stream does have played as a field? Find many. Where played is a field here. Let's make this smaller. Oh, that looks decent. Can't say it looks decent. Oh, okay. We have a video here. Okay, that works. I mean, at least we have the YouTube player thingy. It's a little wider than I would hope for. Is what he said. Let's see. Ref equal to this thing, and maybe width, style, class equal to w dash full. Let's see if that fixes it. And there you go. Decent, decent. It does play. That looks good. And the question is, what happens when I click on this guy?
All right, welcome back to the channel, guys.
Doesn't reload. That's not good. That is not good. Let's put an alert here. Okay, alert got called. And if I click on play next, alert gets called. It doesn't reach here though. Why? Probably have to do a player dot, I don't know, destroy. Is there a destroy or something? Doesn't seem like it. Alright, we have 3 different videos here. One here and 2 over here. Let's say this one's playing. When I click on play next, alert gets called. And this comes over here, so that is good. Click on this guy. Alright, that looks good.
65, shut up. 65, what is your name? Rosemary. You know what's crazy? They named the spice after her. That's how old she is. That's what's crazy. Wow. How's cheers? Cheers. Well, I think the only thing left to do now is Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
0, there you go. So if event.data is 0, that means the video has ended, and you just need to call the next. What's the function that calls? It's called play next function right here. And cool, that looks decent. Let's
65, how old are you guys? Are you from 65, what is your name? Rosemary. What are your names? You know what's crazy? They named the spice after her. That's how old she is. That's what's crazy. What are your names? Wow. How's your baby? That's just for the old people. That was just for us.
Alright, there are 3 videos here. Let's see if that works. If I click on play next, everything breaks. I don't think we need this. We just need to make sure that
Someone specifically, or is it a
play next.
What are your names?
Seems to play the next one. Play next. Seems to play the next one. Let's add a few Punjabi songs and see if it works. Punjabi songs. That's 1, 2, that's 3, 4, 5. I don't think playlists would work. So first one, add to queue. Second one, add to queue. Third one, add to queue. Fourth one, add to queue. If I share this with anyone, they can also go here and upvote for a specific video. So let's say someone goes and upvotes for this Hi Juliet video. As you can see, you can just see this here as a user. You can't see it actually playing. That will happen on the creator side. And the creator is playing. Let's say the video reaches the end. The creator can click on the button or just wait. And I think when you wait and the video ends, hopefully, wait for it. It's a long video. It ended, but play next did not get called. Interesting. Console. Let's go back here. Console.log event.data. Let's try that one more time. Let's scroll this back a bit. Event handler.
I wish I knew you, man, at that time.
You can still know me.
Where are you coming from, Belandur?
There.
Alright, give it up for them, guys.
Waiting for it. 3 more seconds. What happened this time? Wait for it to end. And hopefully, yeah, the next one came. Perfect. Seems to be working. Seems to be working. Let's deploy this. This was the whole point of the video, right? Oh, this will get us a copyright issue. I totally forgot. Cool. Looks decent. Deployable. Let's deploy it. I don't know. See, this doesn't make sense to use unless it's a 1 hour coding session that you do, which anyways I'm not going to now. But it might be good to test it generally. So let's deploy this. It's a NextJS project, fairly simple to deploy. I would just deploy it on Vercel if I'm being, we need a database. Shouldn't take too long either way. Let me deploy this. Let's see this hosted somewhere on the internet. And then let's try this out with a few people. We'll go from there. All right. What we did not add was number 1, interruptions. If you are if you can come to 𝗥𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗹𝘀 page, you can see his upcoming list that are going to come on his office, that are going to come on his YouTube channel. You should be able to add things. Well, you should have rate limiting to begin with. Someone will just flood these videos, whatever they want. So rate limiting limits. A single user should only be able to allowed to put 1 video. Basic things that you should add. But more than that, a way for a user to. There's an add to queue button. There should be another button that says pay and interrupt. That should just interrupt the stream and start playing whatever video this user wants, and the money should go to the creator. That's probably a good next step here. But let's first deploy this, and then let's discuss this. All right, let me deploy this on Vercel, keeping it simple here. Vercel will come with some set of challenges though. Like they expect things to be very, not just Vercel. PNPM build will probably fail because of type issues. So I just have to fix those now. Which I saw a lot of them, so I was trying to fix that. Yeah, there you go. Yep. That built. Okay. That looks decent. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. Downvote, this goes down. That looks decent. Very quickly, let me add a few things that will help us a little bit, but not too much, which is rate limiting and making sure a single user can only put 1 video at a time, so that a single user doesn't clog all the videos. So whenever a stream comes here, it should have an associated user who added it. So added by string, which will also be added by ID and added by this specific user added this stream. So don't let them add another one, basically. Very similar relationship over here, and every user will also have all the videos that they have added, or all the streams that they have added. Okay. Add relation name. You can just add a name. streams has users and added by, so this will be streams. Okay, let's just Google that. What was the error again? First time I'm seeing this. First time I've added such a complex. Please try different relation name in this thing, Prisma. So two reference players, that makes sense. How do you add that? Okay, add relation player 1 on the user. So when you have the array, add relation user and add relation added by. Still some error over here. User and added by and model this thing. Okay, player 1, what is player? Where did it go? Player 1 ID. Okay, name is over here. So let's add a name here. Streams. Oh God. Add relationship users. Add relationship add by. And this is the name over here. What's the issue? Since player and player 2 both refer to the player model, player 1 and player 2 both reference the user model. That is correct. So when you're defining the relationships, player 1 ID, player 2 ID, it is user ID and sorry, added by ID. That's my bad. That looks fine. Okay, this one worked. User model stream is missing the opposite relation on user. Either streams user. That's my bad. All right, finally. Woof. Every stream now has an associated added by ID. Who is the user that added this? Let's migrate this database. Okie dokie. That makes sense. Let's. How can I force? Okay, I can just delete the. Should I? Maybe not. Let's do this. Let's open Prisma Studio. Let's just manually delete all the streams that are present. What's up here? Oh, need that. Oh, it doesn't matter now. I think I have an empty database. Added user guard. All right. That's fine. Migrate the database. Now make sure whenever the stream is being created, so stream / route.ts, whenever a stream is being created, make sure there isn't an active stream already for this user. So get user details. Well, I guess you should do all of this only if added by ID is, the user.id. Oh God, we never extracted the user ID. Yeah, we're going to increase the number of DB calls by a lot, which is like really, really bad but I'm just going with it for now. We should fix this. There's this to do that's in 10 different places. Let's quickly fix this. I'm sure someone from you guys will pick it up and fix this in like less than half an hour. Cool. So now that we have the user, now you can do added by id equal to user dot id. If existing active stream return next response dot status. Well, the admin should be able to allow it. Should be allowed to do it. If stream and existing dot id. Do we really need this check? Let's not have it for now. It's fine. It's just complicating things. If someone wants to flood, feel free to flood, and we'll figure things out. Maybe one thing I should add only is, get the existing stream count dot count where user ID is, data.creator ID. And if existing this dot length is greater than max underscore q underscore length, let's say 20. Streams dot then you just return right here. KR, you already have 20. We already have 20 streams. So let's not go any further. That looks decent. Already at limit. That'll just make sure we don't get flooded. Other than that, I think everything else is fine. We're doing a lot of polling right now. We don't have WebSocket logic, but we can fix that eventually. Time to do a git init. Sorry. Yeah, we can just have the NextJS project now. Git commit -m init git remote add origin. So let's add a new repository. I don't know how well this will probably be a fairly used project, at least for me. I could be wrong. So let's call it, what was it called? Muser. Let's call it Muser for now. Let's keep it public and add it to the 𝗏100x umbrella, even though I don't think there'll be too much work to be done here usually. All right, it gives me some error. It says secrets. What secrets? Where though? Oh, did I commit the .env? Alright, that should be easily fixable. What the hell? When did Git become so smart? Cool. This time it worked. It worked. All right. This is what the project looks like. Now we need to deploy it. Are we going to use our trusted friend Vercel? Probably can. Yeah, we'll probably. Let's go to neon.tech and create a fresh database. Let's quickly migrate the database. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are at capacity here, but I think I can get rid of this guy. I don't think this has been used for a while. Test. Yeah, the name itself has test, so I think we can get rid of you. Yeah, hopefully. Settings. Delete. All right. New project, call it Musi. Muser. Cool. And I am going to copy this. Yeah, let me just deploy this. I don't want to leak any secrets here. Let me deploy this, create new OAuth credentials, deploy it on production, then I'll show you the final outcome, all right? All right, it is deployed. I've seeded a few songs over here, but you can go to my dashboard now if you want and fill in your song preferences. For example, let's say you're into my recommendation is Haryanvi songs. There you go. So you can just select this Haryanvi song, add it to the queue. It'll become one of many songs available over here. Then if you really want it to play next, feel free to upvote it. Let me upvote it here as well. We don't have WebSockets, which is why these updates take a little more time to, propagate. Oh, and since this and this are the same user, I can only downvote and not upvote. But if I go to a different browser, you get the idea. I can upvote this. This is anyways on top of stack right now. Now if I, so there are two sorts of views. One is the user view that other users will see. One is the dashboard view that the creator will see. So for the creator, this is, for example, a song that's playing. They'll keep this playing in the background. If this is a room where, you have this speaker on, this decentralized speaker that anyone can vote for, decentralized, then, you'll just have it up and running in the background connected to a speaker. Whenever the song ends, let's wait for it to end, 7 seconds or so. The most upvoted video is what should get picked up next. And then, the cycle continues. So as you saw, the most upvoted video, which was that Haryanvi video that we added, got picked. And even on the other side, the creators can see the users can see the currently live video. They won't be able to play. It doesn't make any sense, There's a single source of audio, but the creators, if they want, the users, if they want, they can follow along. There is also a button to play next if you manually want to trigger, the next song. And the same thing happens, the song starts to get played. And of course, if this is the most voted song, then if you click on play next, then this is the song that will get picked next. And all the other users can just track it. There's a little bit of a delay, not a little bit of a delay, a decent delay in the users catching up because we've not used WebSockets. We're using long polling. We're polling every 10 seconds, which is why in the worst case, these guys will lag behind by 10 minutes, which is sort of fine for this application because these people aren't doing much. But you should fix that. And, we should introduce WebSockets in here. By the time this video ends up on YouTube, there'll be like 4 or 5 issues that are open. For example, let the user pick from, let's say, a deck of 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀, a deck of Punjabi song, a deck of Haryanvi songs, whatever. Make sure there is some set level of rate limiting here. We don't want a single person to, just flood up the whole feed of the admin. If a user has ever put up a video here, that's the only video they can put. They get backed off for half an hour. Same for upvoting, I guess. Like, make sure there's some level of rate limiting over there. Limit the total number of available videos here. 50 videos are good enough for people to choose from. And then, as videos get popped off, you can get more and more videos. So have a limit of 50 videos, things like these. You'll have issues in the repository. The repository is here on github.com/core100x/muser. So by the time this video is live, you'll find a few issues here. Feel free to pick them up. With that, I think that's all I had for this video. Let me know how it was. 12th is when we're doing our first event, by which I mean, I think this will become useful because it's a music stream with 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀, hopefully, if he's in Delhi. So I think it'll become useful then. And if I ever come live, I have these playing in the background, then also this will become useful. This was very useful / heavily used back in lab. So I would assume, okay, in an office space, at least the one that we're getting, or for online live streams, this becomes like a decent-ish, thing to work with, play, whatever. All right. With that, let's end it. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye bye.
𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀
Go. Hey.